Good morning.
Good morning, Julia. It's so great to see you this morning. I am so excited that we are going to go live again today with this amazing group that we have put together. But to start, if we could all just sort of raise our morning, whatever you drink in the morning, to share with everybody. Good morning.
Cheers. Can you do cheers with me?
Cheers. Let's say, oh, I'm going the wrong way. Cheers.
Oh, wait. Yes. Okay.
So beautiful.
Cheers to a beautiful day and sharing it with people. Whoever wants to join us, it's all great.
Yes. Well, I am super excited today because we again have a lineup that I would love to share with everyone. But I just wanted to start out by saying, we wanted to acknowledge what the COVID-19 challenges have brought to everyone, and that we understand that so many people have been sort of up and down and all over the place with emotion, and even in regard to self-care and trying to balance all of the new challenges or the new schedule that are going on in your home, or maybe not going on in your home, but the changes that we're all experiencing on a daily basis. So we wanted to make sure that we recognize that has really brought forward a new need or new desire for that we are going to hopefully fill that with a little bit of our blessings to you during this period of time. Julia, would you share with the group, if they hadn't joined us yesterday, what our inspiration is behind the collective community that we put together?
I'll be happy to. I was thinking yesterday, like, what are we doing? And why so many people are getting in touch with us and saying, like, thank you, and I had a great time. And I think it's because what's behind this project is that idea that we wanted to create space where we encourage people to stay home and at the same time feel like they were just taken out for Friday night, now for Saturday. So you were kind of outside of your environment and you were experiencing new things, learning, and most importantly, meeting people. So all of the presenters that the lineup we have, all of these beautiful people who have so many talents came to share their gifts with you. And that was an idea that you would feel like you just met these people, because you can interact with us, you can ask questions, whatever you want to do. We wanted to make it as personal as possible, but the big picture of it all is that our work is all about shifting energy, one person at the time, one message at the time, one thought at the time, shifting energy in a way where you would feel a little bit lighter, a little bit more balanced, a little bit more grounded. And you would go through these challenging times in a way that you feel more guided, more connected, and you feel more courage and stronger. So for us, that alone was enough to put all the energy to learn all the things that we needed to learn, just to create that experience. I am beyond happy and excited, and we were talking to Mickey about our yesterday's marathon. Basically, this is kind of like a marathon. None of us, we've never done anything like that in our lives, and we're really hoping that we can bring something very special home to you and kind of just gift it and share it. But at the same time, what's very important is that during this time, there's a lot of energy that is being created. We create together, and this energy is in the air. Now, this energy in general doesn't disappear, and we all know that. Like Einstein was saying it, and there's so many people are talking about it all the time. So we know that energy does not disappear. So we want to, whatever is negative out there, outside, we want to transform it, because you can transform energy. So we want to transform the energy into the positive one, into the healing one, into the energy that will support us. And then at the same time, whatever is happening here, whatever we create here, we want it to send out to the world. We want to send out to the whole world, and just let other people feel the joy that is being created here. Let the unconditional love and energy of healing be sent out in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Does that,
That's
yeah.
perfect.
I
That
got
absolutely covers all of the things that we really are wanting to share with our audience. So we are taking you out. So whether you're getting dressed up or dressed down, please join us. I'm going to share with you what our lineup looks like today. We do have a surprise for you this afternoon, a secret, and so we can't wait to share that with all of you. After we conclude our welcome this morning, Julia is going to share with you the message from the universe. She has an amazing project that has transformed into this sharing, and she'll be sharing that with you. She will be followed by Sammy, who will help you to shift your reality to wonder and delight and really put on a happy face. He has an amazing presentation we enjoyed so much yesterday. I will come back this morning around 10:30, and I will share with you Drab to Fab in 5 minutes. Not too many of you have seen me on screen without anything on my face, so I'm going to go from barefaced to not barefaced and give you some tips and tricks on how to get yourself, but also your environment ready for this new video age that we are in.
Wow, I can't wait.
This morning at 11, we are going to be graced again with Ina Hoskins, who is coming in to share with us how to connect with your source and your community during this time with using feng shui. At 12 o'clock, we have Smith, who is an author of an amazing book called Clear Space. And she is going to share with you how to love the home that you are in, because of course we are all in our homes now for a long period of time. We have an awesome speaker. We have Dr. Laura at 1 o'clock, who's going to share with you dietary and lifestyle strategies for keeping your immune system healthy during this period of time. Oh, so relevant, and about gut health. We will be doing a raffle. We'll share with you a little bit more in a bit about what we're raffling today, and how you would be able to get your name into this amazing bowl that has a lot of names in it. And then at 1:45, Julia will be joining us again in person to show you her beautifully energy infused amulets, untamed heart jewelry. I don't have any on this morning, although I think these might be hers too. I wore a bunch of it yesterday, and if you watch me today, I'll have some wardrobe changes and I'll be mixing it up a little bit. At 3 o'clock, we'll be joined by Boris, who is going to be talking about breathing practices to be keeping you healthy and sane during this period of time. Our 4 o'clock surprise, I can't reveal, but we also simultaneously will be having a workshop that is designed to help you move your body with joy. And that is a private event. Jennifer has posted in her group this morning how to contact her in order to be able to get into her private event. And then at 4:30 this morning, we have Sandra, this afternoon, we have Sandra joining us for a conscious movement, dancing and getting into the flow. And I am telling you, if anybody was on yesterday, I was so energized by the time she had finished her dance with us. And we are looking to even join in with her efforts today and be live screen. So you may get a little surprise of seeing more than just Sandra dancing today. At 5 o'clock, we're going to have a Pilates class showing us safe and healthy movements with Jody. And then we will wrap up the day this evening with a couple of raffles. And Julia and I are going to have sort of talk show style, just creating quality time with your family during social distancing, and what ideas that we have seen others utilizing, and be able to share that with you to maybe come up with some new ideas, right? This has been a little while that we've been going through this process, and maybe your new ideas are now getting a little bit tired. And so we would hopefully share with you some new things that you can employ to be able to have some more fun with your family and connect, and, you know, outside of your home as well.
Wonderful.
A lot. That's a lot.
We were very ambitious. I was saying,
excited.
We were so ambitious when we were creating this project, but absolutely. I'm glad because I get the chance to learn so much during this event.
100%. I've learned so much about myself, about my community, about, you know, just energy, these beautiful crystals that are sitting on my desk. I mean, I don't know, guys, are you watching us live this morning, I would say when all of this is done, you need to go back and watch Friday evening if you were not live on Friday evening, because we have a power-packed punch of information that was delivered last night as well.
So much information.
Absolutely.
Not information that is hard to digest. It's just something that you can be like, oh my God, I want that. I want to use that. And there's absolutely nothing expected of you as in return. Just have a good time. Just enjoy it. So it's not an information that is something that you need to work hard on. It's more of an entertaining but very useful.
Yeah, it's our gift to you, right?
Yeah. Awesome.
So I'm going to talk a little bit today about the raffles. So we had some amazing raffle items last night that we raffled off. There are a couple of ways that you can get into our raffle drawings. And some of our presenters also do their own private within their presentation sort of raffles, but I just wanted to share with you our general group raffle. There are two ways that you can actually enter. So joining our group, which we actually are up to 211 members. So all of those names are in here. And I am working diligently behind the scenes to make sure that when you are commenting or interacting or asking questions or just affirming our speakers, your name is also going into this for an additional entry. So all of the interactions that you do during the presentations are being seen, and all of them are being earning you a raffle entry. And today we have 3 amazing raffles. Julia, do you think I should share what it is that we're raffling?
I actually, yes, please.
Okay, so today,
back and forth with the.
Right. So today,
I'm going to be like a little bit playing with the windows. Yeah,
that's okay. So today we are actually raffling off 3 items, and we'll be doing one of the drawings at 1:30. I'm sorry, and we are going to be donating 1 30-minute theta healing session with Daniel. And that is, it has a retail value of $101. And I'll tell you, I definitely want my name in the drawing for this one. So the description is what stops you from living your best life. In this half-hour session with Daniel, you will uncover blockages that are preventing you from manifesting your heart's desires. You'll do it intuitively and through the theta brainwave, awakening the subconscious mind and creating a new reality for yourself. I don't know. For me, that sounds like something I totally love, right? And then at 6 p.m., we have 2 drawings that we'll be doing. The first one will be from Smith, who wrote the book. I was telling you she is an author. It's called Clear Space. And the description of that is how to make room for what matters most in your home and your life. So that has a retail value of $28.95. And I looked up the book this morning, and it looks absolutely amazing. Yeah. Can't wait to get my own personal copy if I don't win the raffle. And then raffle number 3 today is actually an online Zoom private mat Pilates class with Jody.
Oh my God.
It's a one-to-one focus for your needs and your level. It has a $60 to $75 value. And Jody is also offering those experiences with her at a discount. And I'm sure she'll talk a little bit about that to really help people keep in a positive mindset, especially for those who have lost their job. Yes, and she'll be going over any bodily injuries that you have and start out a basic program and then help you to progress it, teach you how to move with purpose using the correct muscles and gain the ability to connect with your own mind and body. So we have 3 absolutely just to die for raffles this afternoon and evening. So comment away, you guys. Most of you who are already live with us right now have joined our Facebook group. And so I'm watching. Like I said, I'm watching. I have lots of room in the bowl, and I have lots more little papers to fill out. I spent a little bit of time cutting them all out and getting them ready. So we are ready to rock and roll, and I've got my beautiful red pen because it shows up great when you're trying to show someone's name on the screen. You raffle it right out in front of you guys. So
I love your kitchen. I love the kitchen.
Well, I said to my husband that he can't make anything this weekend that we would need the mixing bowl for because I've commandeered it for our program.
You claimed it. So
Okay.
a lot of people are saying good morning. Let's just say good morning. We see you. We hear you, Melanie, Aina.
Give me 1 second. I have to pick up my iPad off the floor.
Yeah. Guys, by the way, I wanted to mention that that's where the music is coming from?
There we go. My iPad fell on the floor. My production studio was falling apart. Sorry.
So I wanted to mention that we're using certain technology to create this streaming, and for us, we're able to see your comments in our back studio. For us to be able to see who is commenting, we are asking you to please give us not us, but right on top here, right on top of this window, there is a description of this event. At the end of it, there should be a link that says give permission to StreamYard to see your messages or something like that.
See your name, I believe.
See your name when you come.
We can see the message, but for us, it just says Facebook user up in the corner. So right now we can see Melanie, who just popped in her name, I think, Ina and Lynn, but I don't think there's a couple of other comments that we can't see. So see who it is. So yeah, if you want to click on that at the top where it says allow StreamYard to use your name during commenting.
They're safe, legit, like it's not a scam or anything like that. So just that way we can. There is a music. Do you hear the music?
I'm sorry, I forgot to shut Alexa off before we started.
Is that Alexa?
Yes.
Okay, it's very nice.
It's piano music. It's always on in the house.
I like it. Alexa, join, please. I love it. And also, I wanted to tell you guys, so when we say that we're excited about the amount of people that are joining, so we're really excited about our community because it is, oh, Miki, you're there. Okay. It is for us, it's just like I said, the inspiration is just to have a good time. And the more people having a good time, the more people are going to a place of creating something positive, the collective consciousness becomes stronger and we have more energy to share. So for us, whoever is joining us, it's nothing more than we're just so happy that it's more of people who are aligned, more of people who are heart-centered and our soul family. So we're welcoming you, and whoever wants to join us, it's wonderful. Mm-hmm. And join our group. So joining our groups, just saying you want to be part of this community, and we're very happy when that happens because it's just an indication for us there's more energy to share.
Also joining our group is something we plan to keep this rolling in the future and producing future events. And so this group will not go away when this pandemic goes away. We're going to be putting together future events. So we're super excited about that and sharing with you maybe some more gifts and talents of other folks that are that are here in our community. So,
Yeah.
okay, Julia, you know what time it is?
For the message of the universe?
It's time for the message in the universe today. I am so excited. So go ahead and send me out of this put me backstage, and I will be patiently waiting because I get to introduce Sammy again today. I'm so excited.
Oh, I love that. Okay, thank you, Mickey.
All right.
Okay, so I'm always very excited when it's time to do message from the universe. And for those of you who don't know about this project, Daily Messages from the Universe, it was created for the same reason as this group was created. And this project was created. Messages from the Universe is a project. You know what? I'm going to trace back for a moment because some people may not know me. My name is Julia, and I am a founder of Untamed Hearts. The work that I do at Untamed Hearts is very similar in the bigger picture. The format is different. The format is like I create objects, some of it is jewelry, that are also created for the reason of giving people tools to connect to higher consciousness, to have amulets, to have guidance, to have objects that are infused with energy. Now, the Messages from the Universe project is basically shifting energy, one message at a time, creating guidance for people during the times where we're being tested so much as it is right now. It was created in the beginning of pandemic in New York. I'm in New York City, and because of the state of the social distancing and staying home and everything that was happening, messages from the universe were born. I was not planning for it, and I started to pull one message at a time, and sometimes it ends up being more than one. Whatever it ends up in my hands, that's what I'm going to talk about. And these messages have been such a blessings, and we dedicate. Sometimes people would ask me to dedicate it to someone or something or a group of people. So I would like to make it interactive today in a way that when we are pulling the message from the universe, we are all we are all doing it. It's the, again, collective consciousness. It's our collective energy. It's all of us who are asking for the message. We are receiving it. So we have, guys, you are here with us. I want to ask you, would you like to dedicate it to anybody? Or is there anybody in the audience with us who wants to dedicate this reading to anybody in particular or to a group of people? I'm just going to give it a moment. Yes, good morning. Good morning, everybody who's commenting. So I'm just going to give you a moment. Let me know who do you want to dedicate this reading for? Good morning. Yes. Okay, I don't see any comments. I'm not sure if there's a little bit of a delay, but somebody before asked me to just going to go back to somebody before had asked me to dedicate this reading or one of the readings dedicated to all the heal our works. Okay, so Lynn is asking me to dedicate it all to the health workers. So yes, I love that. I love that, and it's something that we are doing one way or another very often, sending energy, dedicating these readings to people who are on the front line, in the hospitals, doctors, nurses, or people who are in the backstage of it, who are providing the service. All of those people are in work to heal. they are healing us, and they're helping people to come back and to become healthy again. And there are all of the scientists who are trying to figure out how to deal with this situation. So all of you guys, all of the medical health service providers, professionals, ER especially right now, this gets the biggest heat. We're gonna dedicate. We are dedicating this to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything we do. Thank you for bringing healing to us, and thank you for being so brave and courageous doing so. We love you, and we're dedicating this reading for you. Thank you, Lynn. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. First, we're going to exhale. We're going to exhale all the worries, all the fears, all of the noise, all the things that are negative, that interfere. We're going to push it away. We're going to leave it behind. We're going to connect to that place right here, right now, and we're going to be really present in this moment. Like, imagine this white room. It's beautiful, it's quiet, and all there is right now. And from that place, I'm going to ask the universe, what do we need to hear? And you can do the same. What do we need to hear today? Okay, I love it. We got one message today, and it's very simple and very powerful. Choose compassion, choose peace, and choose love. How perfect it is. I love it. And if you think about it, this is the inspiration behind this work, behind this project, and behind yesterday, today, and tomorrow, this event, this virtual experience. We, in general, in life, to be anything or to do anything, we need to choose. So compassion is a virtue, and I believe that the future world will be ruled by the virtue of compassion, and it will be a much happier world, because compassion is something that is the beginning of self-love, self-care, love to other people, and creating a world that there is a win-win for everybody. All of that stems from compassion. And when you're choosing compassion, you really need to choose it to yourself first, and then you can extend it and share it with other people. And most importantly, that compassion, once you are there, once you're in that space, once you're experiencing it, all the choices you are going to be making in your life will be with that filter of compassion. So the way we treat animals, the way we treat planet Earth, the way we treat people who are far from us, when we're going to be much more connected. We are all one. And I believe that compassion is that ground that creates that's possible, that ability to experience oneness. So it's beautiful. And then choose peace. It's a choice. And peace is an internal thing. It's not an external. It's not like we can have peace in the world without having peace internally. It's our internal space where each one of us chooses peace, connects to the peace inside. That's what creates peace in the world. So if all of the people who are in power, who are making decisions in the world, and all of everything is created and done by people, right? So if we are coming from a place of peace, the war is not possible. There'll be peace in the world. So internally, one person at the time, one choice at the time, one emotion at the time, one thought at the time, because thoughts are so powerful, they create our reality. So choosing peace is the work. And then choose love. Love is the highest vibration of energy there is. So by choosing love, you start with self-care, with self-love, with embracing yourself, with loving you for who you are and who you are not, with every, I want to say pixel, but it's because I'm so like used to being on the screen, with every cell in your body accepting and loving you, and then extending it to other people. And the moment you love you, other people feel so much better around you, and they can learn. It's like it's contagious. There's certain things that are contagious. Self-love is contagious, so you can share it with other people by loving yourself, and they will embrace or start embracing it in themselves as well. So here's our path. It's so little words, it's 6 words. No, actually, well, I repeat word choose 3 times. It's only basically 4 words, but this is the path to a different way of being. Choose compassion, choose peace, and choose love. Thank you, universe. Beautiful message. And I want to tell you that today is day number 26 of the Daily Messages from the Universe project. And we decided in the beginning that I will do it for 60 days, and we'll see what happens. If we might want to, some people were asking me to extend it and saying that we're starting our day with these messages, and I'm honored. Thank you. But also I'm so happy because the universe is speaking and people are listening, and it's beautiful and it creates the guidance. So we're considering to extend it to 360 days. And yes, Mickey, asking me if I could post the picture. For sure. I'm going to take a beautiful picture of it. I take picture of our messages every day, and I will post it. Thank you for mentioning this, Mickey. And this is it. Thank you for being part of this project. If you're watching this on YouTube, by the way, subscribe and give us thumbs up, or leave us a comment. We love to hear from you guys. Wherever you're watching it, on Facebook or YouTube, we love to hear from you. It just gives us that knowing on a different level that you are with us. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna bring Mickey back and we will continue.
Hi again. So, as promised, we have Sammy, who is an amazing speaker. If anybody saw him yesterday and wants to go ahead and start the comment stream, we would love that. So let me introduce Sammy to you. Sammy Simpson is the founder of Tuned In Corporation. This corporation covers the charge which you've been investing and devoting yourself to, taking people from the limited to the limitless in the spirit of play and adventure, virtually. Opening greater and greater avenues to express that happiness and not only directly experience it, but negotiate a grateful exchange. Fearless command. He has been a conscious explorer as far back as he can remember, starting an adventure to rediscover himself when he was just a child, being in the wonder of a grandmother who preached of dying and going to heaven, and he contemplated, why not now? He'll explain a little bit more about that. That quantum question opened a lifelong journey until now, discovering the power of infinite intelligence and surrender of every step to play and adventure with his body, mind, and soul. His mantra is simple: come play. I present you Sammy Simpson.
Good morning, ladies. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you, and I'm very excited about today. So,
thank you, Sammy.
Thanks, Mickey, for that great intro. I just wanted to mention that yes, I've been a lifetime explorer. Starting from now, I'm realizing from a very young age of seeds being planted in me, in a wonderful grandmother, but obviously in all the things around me. And that's simply what I bring in a message of serenity, is that it's not just in one place, person, or thing, but it's in every moment when you allow yourself to tap into that energy, that infinite intelligence. And while I've been on this exploration, as we all have, the message is that you are the message, and every step is the investigation to yourself. And for me, it has been there my whole life, but becoming more intense, especially over the last 10 years, as I've went further and further down the rabbit hole. I call myself a time and space explorer, and I had the beautiful fortune of finding myself being turned to a Akashic record reading about 4 years ago in 2016. And in the record, the beautiful message of becoming neutral to open a quantum power space to where you could create reality at any given point in the lightness of being and non-judgment was a beautiful message that came through. And beyond that, if you know anything about the Akashic records, is most are not psychics or mediums, but past relatives can come through. And I had a beautiful mother that had passed on in 2009 that came through the record with a wonderful message. And the message was simply showing me a happy face. And she said this beautiful poem of, the life that you loved is the one you'll have, and the love that you share is so beautiful, like the best rainbow ever. And it went on to say, don't ever doubt that your happy face lights up the world as it already has in so many ways. And if you look at the history and you look back through ancient cultures and all the knowledge from everything from the Bible to alien culture to ancient history, you'll find that the bridge between the soul and the personality is what they call the rainbow. And the rainbow is what I've come to discover is this happy face of wonder and delight. It's filling that gap in between your soul and your personality that gets entangled in so many attachments and addictions in the everyday world. Similar to what we're going on now, we get caught up in the noise of such a fear-based world, and we get caught up in trying to figure out those things instead of letting go and allowing and surrender our wonderful soul to come play. So the message that came for me through the Akashic record, through masters and teachers, was write a script. And the script for the longest time was very confusing to me because I was trying to figure it out. What's the perfect script? What does script mean? Am I writing a movie? And, you know, we all go through that. We get these little hunches and clues that show up all around us and in our own environment. And we're wondering with great confusion at times because we say, well, how can I make the perfect script? And in the divine timing, the idea is that you are right on time and absolutely impeccable. The masters and teachers say it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be perfect to be impeccable. So for the next few minutes, I want to kind of ask you to just come with me on thinking about an alternative reality to where you are now, to open yourself to skipping timelines and observing parallel universes in the environment all around you. I love making my soul clap like a child, a little child, when they're full of delight and just full of balance and harmony. And that's what essentially I want to hold space for in the next few minutes, is just opening the possibility to finding this glistening thread that just pulls every dimension of you together. It's the way shaman build a bridge between the soul and reality when they go and travel into the inner world and bring things back through spirits and those type of entities that show up. The greatest thing to remember is that you are the message, and it's trusting and having faith in yourself beyond any border or boundary that you've put up in your mind, that the possibility is there to tap into an infinite intelligence and a conscious that you can observe from, that comes from a place of unconditional love. And when you tap into that incredible power, it's like a radio. It's like when you're tuning the dial and you find the song that just lights you up with happiness and joy. You don't sit and pause to think about it. You just start singing along. And that's what I want to invite you to do today. I'm simply an example of imperfect everything. I'm in a state of becoming and receiving that infinite intelligence. It's raw, it's ridiculous, it's real. I laugh at it all the time. I fail a lot, but that's only feedback as I surrender every step. And I want you to know that even showing up, I'm really afraid, but I accept me for who I am as this imperfect, living creature in this vessel that is taking me on this beautiful journey. And I want to give that to you today. So remember that the waking meditation is a state of being awake. You're present and alive. It's a conscious space before duality. The ancients, especially the Egyptians, gods knew that created the scribes, that wrote the history of the legacy that we now look back on and cherish through hieroglyphics and the Dead Sea Scrolls and all the things that we see that have cropped up to provide these wonderful tidbits of information of a freedom, confidence, and choice beyond ourselves. And that's what we're being asked now, I believe, is to stretch our minds inside this creative adventure that we're on, and we journey with others that are all being actively recruited for evolution in every step of the way. Just as the flower goes from the seed to sprouting through the ground to fully blossoming in full expression in the sun. Each of us have that same opportunity of less doing and more being, which creates a new 0 point of creation. So my message is simple. This is the moment that you've been waiting for. And if you can allow yourself to let go and surrender and receive, you can wow your mind and it will free your soul. So I invite you now to collaborate and co-create this experience with me. You can post comments as inspiration strikes you. If you look back to the furthest times in history of when great worship and schools of mystery and all these amazing things were happening, you'll see that typically as prophecy or someone speaking in tongues and that being interpreted was coming up, very much the collaboration was in when inspiration strikes you, speak up, share it out loud, don't hold it back. Be like this, an open microphone that is always on, where there is no second chances, but it's just going for it and getting comfortable in that kind of moment. So surrender, allow, and free yourself to be open now. So what I want to do is, wherever you are, just kind of take 3 deep breaths with me. Let's just kind of take a moment just to kind of breathe in and hold it for a moment, and then just let go. And let's do that one more time. Breathe in and let go. And just one more time. Breathe in and let go. Now, shift reality, we need to realize that we are locked in our thoughts. And remember that when you're locked in your thoughts, you will always be a thought away from here. And that here is your soul. It's not free if you're locked in your thoughts. So the space that I'm holding now, that I'm creating, is what I like to call a clubhouse. When I was a young child, one of the first things I did is I moved to a new neighborhood as an only child. and I knew no one in the neighborhood. So I convinced my dad to build me a clubhouse when I was around 7 years old. And I've looked back now in reflection and realizing that what a wonderful portal that clubhouse was. I created this space that I didn't put any rules or any conditions. I just kind of put the intention out to the world that this clubhouse is going to be a vessel for others to come play. I don't have to do anything. They'll just show up. And that's exactly what happened. I just left it open and free to whoever showed up. We would decide and collaborate together how to play together. And that turned into this incredible adventure of everything from all the typical stuff of heroes and villains, cowboys and Indians, all the things that you play as children, turning into also this wonderful exploration of things like spin the bottle and expanding our minds to considering what ifs in talking to each other in the space to be free and to explore and to play. Think about it as a place to just kind of rest now and receive magic against the attachments and addictions that would prevent you from paradise. It's a safe space to be, and you can allow your mind to be free and to let go. It's kind of like the idea of we all have a great example in every day is having sex, which is something we don't talk about often, but when we find ourselves lost in it, we are not thinking about time and space, but being absolutely free. And I think now you can reflect on that moment and realize a time where there was an intention that showed up in your life that was always present, that you were able to tap into and let go and allow and surrender. That's the ecstasy space that we are coming into and creating now together. So I invite you to join me. Imagine that being like a beautiful, brilliant diamond. It's protecting you as you're moving energy from inside and holding yourself up to the sun, to the light. And just like a diamond, it strikes the most beautiful rainbow as you turn that and it reflects out into the world. That's who you are at the center of your entire being. What is all. There's nothing to think about. It's like when you're washing dishes or mowing the lawn or doing laundry, you have this freedom, confidence, and choice of just showing up, being here, present now. And to stop thinking, because some people will say, well, how do you stop thinking? Is it possible for me? But again, you've had those moments and the things I've just explained that gives you a chance of getting out of the imbalance. There's no problem. It's just in most of our daily lives, we're in that overthinking to where it creates imbalance. And we put a lot of weight in our thoughts and trying to be in the process of why it is or isn't working. And we get lost in these concepts of looking out to compare ourselves instead of coming in to be free. It's what the masters and teachers call the lookout tower, which is our ego, right? And we're constantly up there saying, look out, don't do that. We're in this fear-based kind of world. So again, take another breath with me now. Let's just take a deep breath and exhale. Now, let's go from here in the observation deck. And let's go down together. Just sink with me down and down and down. Just allow yourself to drop down, almost like you're on an elevator. Just ride down to the heart and let it open and find yourself sitting inside. Again, here is the diamond that you're absolutely protected and safe to be inside. There's nothing from the outside that can penetrate the diamond except for light that's creating this beautiful rainbow that you're able to present to the entire world. As you rest here, inherently your eyes will soften and you'll feel it in your body. Just allow yourself to let go. Let's start the day just with no priorities, with nothing to do. It's Saturday. We can let ourselves go and just be free. You'll also sense that there's just something that you don't need to put words to. You don't need to be thinking or giving it any definition or meaning. You can just sit without words and just absorb and listen. And that's what I'm asking you to do through the script that I have put together that continues to evolve, just to open this space and to give you the freedom of being here and present now. May you fill the air with powerful words and inspiring ideas to create an amplified experience of living with freedom, confidence, and choice. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. The ancient shaman in the Mongolian and Siberian cultures understood the magic of hurrah, which means to gather. It is a weaving to bring that glistening thread to tie all the dimensions together. We're going to work on that now as I start the script. I am reading the script because the way that the ancient magic is understood is it's not in just what you say, but also in the intonation of the way that you deliver the words. The word and language is the most powerful magic in the universe because it exists before duality. And that's where we are here in this beautiful space of our heart that is full ecstasy, that not in covering, but uncovering to create you with value and something to remember uniquely about your own mission to repeat and love unconditionally. You need do nothing here. There is no thing and no thinking into action physically. When you let go, things come through and you will start to channel. We see folks outside of us through tradition, through rituals that do these things often, but the power is inside of each of us to open the same wonderful magic and wisdom to ourselves. The masters and teachers give a phrase to use while now quiet in the heart in meditation. So say to yourself now, just stop for a moment and say, "Oh vastness, bring me to birth. Oh vastness, bring me to birth." You're experiencing right now. You're exactly where you need to be. It's no accident that you showed up in this very moment today. It says that you are ready. I am ready to be free. This is what is called divine feminine. Divine feminine, where things feel empty. And if it starts to be frightening or the I don't know what he's really talking about or it's not coming through for me, just take the difficulty and embrace yourself by saying, I don't know, but I'm curious. I don't know, but I'm curious. You don't need to have your mind fill in an answer or a meaning or a reason. I don't know, but I'm curious. Just sit in this beautiful heart space and look around. Feel, know that there's nothing to do. Now, I'm going to ask some quantum questions while we're in this space because the quantum question is the way to come back to yourself when you get into that moment of feeling empty or becoming afraid. It's the I don't know, but I'm curious kind of questions that will essentially open up curiosity to simply finding what lifts your heart and piques your curiosity. That's how you shift your reality to wonder and delight. So, as we're sitting together in this beautiful heart space, what are you doing now to move toward joy or inspiration? What have you uncovered in your own current life investigation? What's home and what's here has always been with you. You carry it everywhere you go. It's not some place over the horizon that you find. It is being present, being in the here and now in a way that you're able to look around. I've realized in the happy face symbol that my mother gave me and the barometer of it being like a tuning fork, when you strike every object, the vibration will just vibrate until it slowly, one perfect vibration becomes the perfect note. It's the same idea. What lifts your heart and piques your curiosity? You are sure to have experienced what it has felt like at other times in your life when there was no trying or pushing. There was no, I need to convince someone about anything or anybody. You just walked in being that love that you are and came from such a deep place that even people in control typically heard you because of what you're saying was coming from that core piece of love. That is the truth of what every one of us is. That is the infinite intelligence of a conscious that is unconditional love recreating itself with infinite possibility. Each of us are one of that conscious. I want you to give up in your mind the needing, I must get you to hear me, or I must get you to understand something. When you're coming into a state of command, not control, because control is fear-based. Trying to control anything means that you are coming from an addiction or an attachment in yourself that is afraid. Command is being free. I know who I am, and I'm coming from a place that I need to do nothing. Doesn't mean you won't do anything, but it takes away the control mechanism, the pushing, the fight for a right, and so many things that you're already moving away from in this lifetime by proof of being here, present now. You're ready. And then you can just start to stand in this neutral quantum space of your absolute, real, authentic truth. And you can respond genuinely, openly, without being afraid that what you say or do or what happens lands, that you're responsible for creating fear in yourself or someone else. You'll be accepted exactly for who you are. So if you're not present, you're not home. And this space is home. Your soul is home. And all you have to do is stay curious. Use all sides of your imagination and really feel your body right now in this heart space that's open, that you can expand it or contract it as far as you want to. You are as all life and all creation, life creating life. And that beautiful free will is the power to choose bringing your life to life. As you observe in your own self-awareness and self-realization, you'll understand that nothing happens without your agreement. Even in what I'm saying right now, you know there's something bubbling up inside that is this wonderful enthusiasm, like that delighted child clapping, that is in you and all around you. Direct your mind to focus on that unity and your soul as opposed to the division and the selfish desires. Just allow your intuition to meet up with the charge that's bubbling up because it's familiar and you can remember being here before. You need to do nothing. Take a breath. Sit still for a moment. Remember that stillness is life. stillness is life. What has already touched you with genuine enthusiasm, your excitement, and a no doubt, it is so, I am pleased ability to feel, being that intention, just doing something, even if you didn't see exactly how it was going to play out? Your greatest intention is present in every moment, in every place, in every person, in everything, in everywhere that you are. You simply have to get out of your way to look and see what's smiling back at you. The happy face is not only a symbol for you to realize this wonderful joy and delight and shifting in reality in a way to play and have an adventure in yourself, but in also looking around in the physical world and realizing that everything is already smiling at you that's in alignment in synchronicity with yourself. And how fun to play and to be on the playground of not just taking and riding the swing, but to take the sliding board, do the twirl around. You want the biggest playground possible. Allow, let go, and surrender your mind to strip away the more fear-based, judgment-based, resistance-based attachments and addictions. And you can have all of that standing in the fullest light wherever you are right now at this very second. It's here. You're already home. Accept yourself. Opening will give yourself clarity to receive what the masters and teachers are waiting to communicate with you here. We talk about masters and teachers as these things outside of us. But I experienced in a wonderful journey of finding this in myself, a moment of standing in the void of nothingness and realizing that around me was all of these beings celebrating my return. And it took me forever, but finally realizing that every one of those beings was every dimension of myself present in one complete harmony and balance of myself ascending to a higher consciousness that you'll hear in other practices that is the all-knowing. It's a place to create with complete freedom and non-judgment and lightness of being. It is the quantum power space that I'm giving through the masters and teachers' teachings. What's coming through in this heart space is the truth of your biggest work. It's why you're here. It's your greatest intention already present in every moment. And you need do nothing but allow your self-awareness, your self-realization, your attention to recognize that underneath the disorder of chaos is you rising in that chaos above it and almost surfing it to ride into a higher consciousness. But it's finding that balance inside the inner and the outer world. The ancients would say there's a double world. It's the left and right of the inside and outside world. It is the lower and higher consciousness, almost like a compass around a universe that you can use in every moment. Symptoms is what you'll find in what's already bubbling up in you and breaking through with precise harmony and balance. It's why I always say you can fake a smile, but you cannot fake a happy face, right? Is because when you have that aha or that oh wow moment, you're in complete harmony and balance. You're in the void of nothingness, and wonder and delight just lights up, completely aligning the synchronicity in everything. Your environment around you will start to shift and start working in your favor because you are now working in your own favor. All lines of support and grace in all forms are open. Every step will become with purpose, grace, and ease of living a life, shifting your reality to wonder and delight in the spirit of play and adventure. What's exciting as a creator, as we all are, life creating life, is how you express it in more detailed activities becomes what the masters and teachers call the playground. It's sacred because your soul is like a child. It's not childish, but it's very childlike and it loves to play. If you think in this heart space now, you can just feel that smile filling up your soul. It's a feeling that just aligns every sense in you, every molecule, every atom, every part of the universe will find that alignment to just shift to joy and the light. The masters and teachers give the great advice for you to always remember that the heart of the child is the master of the universe. Now inhale deeply and exhale completely. I want to take you a little further there. Now imagine like an atom or a molecule as the model of the universe. You can picture this universe in your mind. In the essence or core of the nucleus is the inherent nature of your soul. It's kind of like an alien, a foreigner that isn't coming from outside, like on a spaceship to land on Earth and suddenly hand you a document that says, this is the way to whatever, or new knowledge. It's already a conscious waiting to be awakened by you as its vessel in this life. You are the alien to be awakened by freeing your own soul to this new world. You'll start to live with a sense of wondering, how much more deeply can I let go and stay curious? It's been one of the great adventures for me over the years of opening this space of infinite intelligence is every time you think you're here, you say, let go. How much more deeply can I let go and stay curious? There is no answer to infinite intelligence. It is expanding the bubble constantly in allowing yourself to go into the unknown where there is no answer. For the longest time, when I got to the unknown, I was still saying, tell me what the unknown is all about. And the masters and teachers would give me the insight of it's the unknown because it's the unknown. That's all you have to remember. Just let go. Have faith and trust in a spirit beyond you that you could have never imagined. That shifts your reality to joy and delight. And the great news is that your soul is ready to get back in the game. It's always here. It's ready. It's like sitting on the bench of a sporting event, like observing and just itching. It's like a mosquito bite. There's a constant itch. You can't get rid of it. It's ready to go. It's waiting for you. Free it by deeply delving into anything and everything that interests you here. What feeling makes you just laugh with joy? What great enthusiasm comes in your creative expression that's moving you and the environment all around the universe that you're creating in this very awareness of this master consciousness that is now giving itself a new, unique, genuine outlook of growth. You are the message. What does that soul feel like in a world that's around you and beyond you? Again, we're here in the heart where no thinking. You can't get someplace new by going back to what you've always done. You shift the environment around you by turning the world upside down. That's why many of the ancient cultures, when we read those rituals and things that come out, it seems like gibberish. but the gibberish is the point. You can have great comfort in knowing that you can say anything in this world, absolutely anything. Don't hold back, because the folks that aren't supposed to hear, or maybe not ready to hear you, aren't going to listen or remember it anyway. But don't let that stop you from living completely wide open. Remember, your soul being free is like a playground. You can say and do anything because you are coming from a space of unconditional love that we all come from, of what all is. And the intention, that loving intention, is already built around you not getting caught up in creating rules and boundaries and boxing in chaos. Just ride that and ascend that wave from the lower to the higher consciousness to be free. What passion do you observe in yourself that's already building space and time? What can't you do but know you need to? The charge that keeps showing up, not being anything or knowing an answer first, but you continue to push it aside, afraid to let it free. Your freedom of mind, free, open heart, all that you give is so beautiful. Just allow and make sure you receive as well. So many people can go to the esoteric web through meditation, through movement, through ayahuasca, through every kind of modality, and they absolutely can understand it. But it's bringing that pure, loving, conscious knowledge and integrating it into this world through your intention, through your spoken word, through allowing, surrendering, and being free is the way to receive. And when you receive, others will receive in you as well. You are the seed to plant in every single person through the reflection that you give. Just like being in the center of that diamond, every time it's held up to the light, this beautiful rainbow is created in its own unique, amazing color. You are the same way. Your soul moves into life and will bring you what you desire in form. As my mother gave me the beautiful message that I started today, which I've embraced as such alchemy for living in the world. The life that you love is the life that you will have. The love that you share is like seeing an image of all colors at once. So beautiful, like the best rainbow ever. I'm here to look you in the eye and tell you that you are divine. And you are here to tell all it's going to be okay in your own original example. The universe, infinite intelligence, the one true unconditional loving conscious is counting on you to live and let stories of yourself die and show us how to do it in real time. It is your greatest work. It's how to shift your reality to wonder and delight. And you'll be in the spirit of play and adventure like a child in a playground in every moment, just surrendering every step to living a greatest intention present in every moment and rooted firmly in unconditional love. Remember the word allow, because it specifically comes through the Akashic records, and the energetic impact of it creates stillness inside you that will grant you to release and surrender in your own way. It's using your free will as that beautiful creator that you are, choosing to bring life to life. Surrender is the main avenue for empowerment, for transformation, and for evolution. So what is coming up is not only giving self-awareness to expand your balloon to fly higher and higher, but it's for all of us to see and experience that oneness in you, in that infinite intelligence directly. You'll increase that passion and get in touch with it as all will coming in touch with you. Stay curious. The masters and teachers call it the eyes of wonder. And the word curious is one of their favorite words because their advice is always when you don't know something or you can't figure it out or you're not sure what's going to happen or when having doubt transmutes uncertainty, you can open yourself again to surrendering this step, this moment, this place, this person, the how, when, and where to simple, I don't know, but I'm curious. And then say to yourself again to reset and rebirth, O vastness, bring me to birth. It's not about becoming flawless. It's about real, raw, ridiculous, and authentic. In this sense, your divine timing is impeccable. So I want you to just take a moment, and whether you want to take out a piece of paper or you can just do this in your mind. On my website, which is the best rainbow ever, I have a template called the Make a Happy Face template. And I simply want you to draw a circle like the world. And I want you to either in your mind or physically is very powerful, but you can do this in your mind. Just make a happy face right now. See it coming through. Make a happy face. That is what I wish the most for you, and it can be so. The happy face will bless the planet as it already has in so many ways by you just showing up. Don't ever doubt that your happy face lights up the world. Hold that. Let it come. Don't force it again. Don't force the mind. Just let it come through your heart. See the circle of the world. What does your happy face look like lighting up this world? Lighting up your world, being the creator of your universe. That happy face coming through is like the glistening thread now developing various forms of synchronicity, taking you to wonder and delight, vibrating with perfect balance and harmony, like that tuning fork that you strike every object and find the perfect note through your own vibration. That's your happy face. That's the shift to wonder and delight. What you're learning in this practice, and you can apply it to every part and every step of your life, is that life will reveal what to do. It will communicate what it needs you to do. So let go, allow, and surrender. Receive. Focus on the glistening thread. Put your mind to work in commanding and using your free will, not to continue to carry that baggage that anchors you down in the water, but to have it look for a way to expand the balloon further and higher and bigger so that you can float and allow your soul to show itself to you for taking action. I hope you're seeing the happy face. Hold it in your heart. What does your soul look like? Give it the characteristics and texture of what just shows up. What is its eyebrows? What is its ears? What is its mouth smiling? I see mine as smiling with a smile as far as touching my ears and my eyelids because it's pure joy. I am pure joy in wonder and delight of showing up without knowing an answer or being anything first, surrendering every step just to being here, present now. What I want to encourage you is when you have a moment to draw that happy face, draw that and post it in the comments. Show and live out loud for the world. This is my soul as a happy face that gives me wonder and delight and my symbol Just as the ancient Egyptians had the hieroglyphics that the scribes would write down to commemorate and remember and pass on magic, you have the same ability in you in sharing your happy face with the world. Many get the concept, but experiencing it is life changing. And the happy face of your soul is your seed that you will plant in every person, place, or thing and moment to bring your enthusiasm like that childish heart into everything. I always like to say, remember that you can't hold your breath in feeling that unlimited spirit that strikes ecstasy. So you can't hold your breath in heaven. You just have to let it all out. Let it all out and live it out loud and just live that wonder and delight and tell anyone that will listen what your greatest intention is present in this moment. What's smiling? And I will guarantee it will connect and remember to all who are ready to be in synchronicity with you. What you do with it is you follow that impulse, the charge. It's here. It's right now. And you can, instead of following a way to figure out all those things that are weighing you down, you can let go and instruct and direct and guide your mind into looking for the wonder and delight of shifting reality right where you are. Because when you study within that space of speaking your truth, it will fall into the pact with your soul's path. You'll find your tuning fork of alignment. And it's not fighting for a right, but the right use of will and coming into command of your own ego. And remember, command is not fear-based. Control is fear-based. And our world, especially now, is operating largely in a control-based way that has to change and is changing. But that's the struggle in every individual and the entire culture at large. Guidance that's given by masters and teachers with command is one of their biggest teachings, and it's coming from the space of I am. And it's very neutral. So I want to start to wrap up by having you hold that happy face in your mind. I want you to encourage to share that happy face with the world. I use the hashtag JUST, J-U-S-T, and the best rainbow ever. Because I'm on a mission now because of the message that my mother gave me to create as many happy faces in the world. A campaign to create 1 billion if possible, to plant you and your message as the seed to reflect in everyone that we meet, to light up the sky in this world like we've never seen it before with the best rainbow ever. That's why I do this. And I ask you to help by integrating what you've glimpsed in seeing your soul as the happy face to surrender every step. Just show up in life in wonder and delight, not knowing an answer or being anything first. You will evolve to what the masters and teachers call a new 0 point, which is a whole different place where reality will feel a little odd at first, coming from that new 0 point of creation, like everything is upside down. But that's exactly how we shift reality. We can't go back and try to create a process in what has already been. You'll become more conscious, the more in the state of becoming, and the old ways where you felt inclined to do something is now the opposite, opening up the veil of an entire alternative reality. Each of us have the power in ourselves to do that very thing, and you are a creator, life, creating life. What you're able to do and what you'll start to enjoy doing with this path of shifting reality is you'll skip timelines. You'll be able to explore parallel universes. You'll find gratitude in just each moment, and you can forgive yourself and you can forgive all the people that is that ancestral and emotional garbage that's there on purpose, but you'll be able to push out of the way and rise to the higher consciousness of what one of my mentors would say is, let's put the inner child in the passenger seat. Let's love him or her. Let's tell them how important they are. But now the divine gets the drive. No more being caught up in the fear-based defaults that have gotten us, many of us, to this moment. It's about being totally free. We're all very interdimensional. My mother came through the Akashic record by saying, here, there, everywhere. You're the same. And you'll get more so because, as we're noticing, because events like this is all in the collective are doing that now in their own way. That's what's so beautiful about these kind of events and this message is that you're finding that it is essential to remain neutral, to move into quantum power. That power, like the sun, is rays being put onto our planet at this particular moment. And it is the space that you can open in your heart for creating reality, a change in your life, or whatever you may choose at any given point. But it must come from a place of non-judgment and lightness of being at a time that the ancients, the gods, knew the first conscience is before duality. So stay out of duality and conclusions with things in your life. Remember, conditions or circumstances aren't necessarily good or bad, they just are. And when you can embrace that and come back to the quantum question in the moment of, I don't know, but I'm just curious, and ask for guidance to receive, oh vastness, bring me to life, you'll be home. And you can bring that home with you in every step, surrendering to a reality of wonder and delight, being in this beautiful spirit of playing and having an adventure like no other. So thank you. I hope that you were able to find the space with me to open today. My website is thebestrainbowever.com. I want to invite you to join my mission to collaborate and co-create a new world with me, to where we light up the sky just like stars flickering in and out of the darkness, to create the best rainbow ever. I promise it will be a life to love and one to share and one to have, to where it's just so beautiful, like the greatest rainbow ever. So thebestrainbowever.com. I'm sending lots of blessings and love to all of you today to have a fantastic journey through this conscious collective that is going to open up so many aspects and dimensions of yourself. It's something just to be free in, to stay in the heart space in today, and just realize there's nothing to think about. No doing, just being. And as the masters and teachers say, you need do nothing. Allow, let go, surrender, and you will receive. Thank you very much. Hi, ladies. Oops, you're on mute there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was really amazing. And I took so many notes.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I love to, we're each a reflection for the other, and we are the seed. You are your own color in the rainbow, and that's what I want to convey, is that your color needs to show up in this world. So come color with me. And the sheet of Make a Happy Face is done like a coloring sheet on purpose, because as a child, when we color, we're not thinking, we're just doing. And you can do that by surrendering every step along the way. Oh, look at that. Yay!
So beyond. And I was so happy. I have to share with you. Like, let's just reflect for a moment, guys. What just happened here? Like, we were taking for a journey, for a treat, there's so many things that just happen in this space. When I was drawing my happy face, and I mean, I took a lot of notes. What did I write here? Life, creating life. I think it's one of the most powerful things. And the soul is childlike, not childish, but childlike. That gives you just space to create. It gives you just so much freedom just to be you. And when I was drawing my happy face, you know what? My body changed. My heart was smiling, and I was just kind of like, my the drawing itself was expression of my heart smiling more than a happy face. Like happy face is just a shape, but it was just like this internal way of being presented on the paper. Sammy, yes, you can take a deep breath. Yes, you did it. Yes, people hear you. I have no idea how many people are hearing us right now, but this people would be able to review it and view it again because we're gonna leave the recording for a little bit. So Sammy, like I wish every person to go through this experience and get free themselves up, open their heart, open their shoulders, and look at the life with a little bit different perspective. And I just have to may I just read one? You can fake the smile, but you can never fake the happy face. You can never fake this. You can smile.
Absolutely. And you have permission to let the facade down by just playing, because you can't hold on to it any longer, because you can't, when you're in perfect synchronicity and alignment, it's like when the tide rises and all ships rise. We're constantly looking out to create in this world, but we're not giving ourselves permission to come from a place of unconditional love. And that is the space that will connect and find synchronicity in every person, place, or thing. If you want to lift yourself, then lift the world. That's what the happy face will do.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Sammy, listen, there people were commenting. We like right at the time when we how we planned it, but there's a lot of comments and people are really inspired. If you can take just like one moment to just look through the comments, because I know you were so present to presentation and you didn't have a chance. Can you see the comments?
I can, and I was peeking occasionally just when I had little moments, because I want to honor your time of being here and the collaboration and co-creation. And I just want to say thank you. I was so moved by some of the comments, and it's just so wonderful. I'm just filled with delight in just being able to present this script. As we're all on this kind of search for now, and even in myself, and the honesty is I was constantly looking out to find a way, and as I mentioned earlier, that script, it was like, script, what is script? Even when it came through as a message for me, it was like I was confusing it with everything outside of me, instead of just coming inside and just offering this as an opportunity to open space and expand your whole world. So we all go through it. As I said, I'm really afraid, but I finally just accepted for who I am as not flawless, but impeccable.
Yeah, so guys, thank you, Lynn, thank you, Aina, and some people I don't see your names. You just need to accept. Right above this video, right above, there's description and there's a link. Give permission to StreamYard to see your comments. If you do that, we'll be able to see who you are. But thank you so much for all the comments, and Melanie, it's all for Sammy. He's not even addressing it. I'm gonna address it. Sammy, these comments are for your presentation. And guys, thank you so much for this, for giving it back to us, and for interactive and letting us know about your experiences. Thank you so much, Sammy. So once again, the hashtag, you said the hashtag, people, hashtag where? Anywhere? Where are you?
Absolutely. That's the idea, is live life out loud, not in one place, but in every place. So if you're called and you're ready, just post any place, or find the happy face to post on all your social or wherever that you decide. You'll know what to do. But hashtag just, J-U-S-T, and hashtag the best rainbow ever. Show up in the world with that color.
Is it two hashtags? Send me. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, it is. Hashtag just, hashtag the best rainbow ever.
Okay, and people, so we can post it on Instagram, we can post it on Facebook, Twitter, wherever you are. You will know, you will be connected to those hashtags. Is that
Absolutely. Yes. And if you'd like to download a template, it's on thebestrainbowever.com, and the hashtags are there as well.
okay? And so that's how people can get in touch with you, right?
Absolutely. All my info's there. My company Tuned In. Get tuned into yourself, and you'll find that there's pictures, there's resources, the Akashic records that I was a part of. I've actually wrote those into like 10-page guides, and you'll see a lot of the knowledge that I shared today. So you can read and find your own space and interpretation in it. That's the goal. But it's all on the website there for you to do at your own time and however you like.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Sammy.
Thank you guys. Have a wonderful day. Peace.
Bye. All right. Oh my God. Amazing. And this is only 10:30. We are only at 10:30 in the morning, and we're already experienced so much. Thank you everybody, and thank you universe for this. I'm going to introduce you, my co-founder of Conscious Life Collective Project, a friend, and a wonderful person who, guess who is it? Mickey, who is going to do a next presentation, and she's going to tell you more about that. But I just want to tell you a little bit more about Mickey. Some people do know her, but those who don't, Mickey is a mother. She's a wife. She's an occupational therapist. I'm going to read a few things so that I get it correctly. A certified personal trainer who is studying for nutrition. And she's also a sales director with Mary Kay. Her passion is overall wellness, fitness, and beauty. She's a skincare and beauty expert who can customize skincare product and makeup looks. Or she can help you create routines that will suit your personal needs to optimize it in a way for your unique skin. Her passion is offering some quality time to focus on yourself in these uncertain times. Today, she will share with you an education on different different routines and different possibilities, and how you can very fast create a beautiful, like a little touch-up that will really reveal your beauty. And I'm very excited to I actually, what am I doing? I needed to bring, let me add Mickey. I should add her face here all the time. Here's the big reveal, beautiful Mickey, and she's going to take over from here. You good?
Yes, I'm ready. Woo! And I'll let you know when I'm ready to share my screen. It'll be a couple of minutes, okay?
Here, now let me know. And
okay.
It's yours.
Thank you. So I am so happy that you are all here. I want to share a couple of things with you to start. If you would comment below so that I know you're here. Again, make sure that you have given StreamYard permission to use your name so that I can see who it is. And that will also earn yourself an entry into our group drawing. So keep those comments coming, keep the questions coming, keep the emojis coming. We love it. I'm also going to be doing several of my own giveaways during this 30-minute period. I have some amazing prizes. Listen for ways to qualify because they're going to be embedded in what it is that I'm speaking about. All of the winners of my personal giveaways will be drawn at the end of my presentation, and I will private message you in order to get the prize to you. So to start the energy, I want you to comment in my news feed or in the feed if you can see what is off about my appearance, and that gets you an entry into my giveaway. So there's something that isn't quite right about what's going on right now, other than the fact that I changed from purple glasses to red glasses, which some of you might have noticed. So comment below and let me know what it is that you see isn't quite right about what's going on at this exact moment. So right now we're in a period of time where things are ever changing, right? And we're just transitioning to this in digital and a virtual world. I'm going to show you how to go drab to fab in 5 minutes to be camera ready. And I'm also going to be sharing with you some basic video and conferencing tips. So stay tuned. All right, so now I'm ready to share my screen. Julia. Oh my goodness. Does this look like you most days? With the exception of the messy hair, that does look like me. I can't speak to anybody's hairstyle, but I can help you a little bit with what's going on in your face. And so if this looks like you on a regular basis, you're in the right place. All right, let me just get to my screen. There we go. So let's start with skincare. I want to get real with you all. You cannot paint a beautiful picture on a dirty canvas, right? So I hope that you all have a regular skincare routine that you follow every morning and evening. I talked a lot about a bedtime skincare routine last night, but I do understand that the hustle and bustle of our normal lives often reflect in your skin. And it is really important to make sure you're giving your skin some TLC, especially now. Maybe stress is higher. Again, I was talking last night about how our skin has had the opportunity to rejuvenate with all of the limited exposure to the pollutants and the sun and the things that we have done by being home. So applying any cosmetics when your skin is not in good condition is only going to accentuate any of the flaws. And building a simple skincare routine to customize, to exfoliate, to brighten, and to rejuvenate your skin are going to allow the cosmetics that are designed to enhance your features to do just that, rather than covering up things. Most people think cosmetics are to cover things, but they're really not. Okay, so speaking of cosmetics, here we are again. I want you to comment in the news feed and tell me what one beauty item that you could not live without. If you were on a deserted island and your Prince Charming was rowing the boat over to rescue you, what one item would you want to be able to put on your face to be able to be presentable when Prince Charming brings his boat to the shore? Also, that will get you a an entry into my personal drawing. So, super exciting. For me, my answer is mascara. Mascara, mascara, mascara. I don't even go to the grocery store without mascara on. So, okay. Are you finding yourself doing more video conferencing these days? Right? I mean, even if it's communicating with, like, we and my family communicate with the nursing home on a regular basis. So we are in front of the camera more and more and more every single day, sometimes from the time we sit down at our desk to the time that we get up and go to bed. So I wanted to give you some tips on how to make yourself or your environment or what's going on a little bit more camera ready. So the first one is to look good and polished. People are going to take you more seriously, and wearing a flattering color or some jewelry is huge. So while we're at it, let's talk about jewelry. I have on this beautiful hoop earring, which if you see on the video screen is really not that visible, right? They're pretty, but it's not something that you can truly see. And with short hair, I definitely need to make sure that I'm accentuating. So the beauty mistake that I was making is having one earring and one earring. So if anybody answered that, which I can't see my comments because I'm sharing my screen, but I will go back and check. So looking polished, it's as simple as entering in to the video screen a little dash of color and making your face look finished and polished. And speaking of colors, did you know that wearing a blue shirt is actually the most flattering on camera? I'm not wearing blue today. I wore red. So also using a good camera and angling your camera so that it's at eye level and isn't down below you. I actually gave a tip to someone the other day whose camera was right down in her lap, and unfortunately all I could see was her chest and I really couldn't see much of her face. And so we talked a little bit about that. Good lighting is key. I have a couple of light options here. I actually have a ring light in front of me, which I won't turn on because it reflects in my glasses until I'm ready. And making sure that you have a nice clean background with not a lot of chaos going on. If you have any ability to connect with Ina Hoskins and talk about feng shui, she will talk to you about making your environment visibly pleasing both behind you but also in front of you. And make sure it's an organized space. So being away from noise, muffling out the noise, closing the door, maybe locking it if you need to. Some of us don't have to do that, but also being able to use the mute button on entry, especially if it's a format where you can do that. And also when you're not speaking, because we've talked a little bit about our platform and how oftentimes we're hearing dogs in the background. And I apologize earlier for the music. I typically have piano music running in my office all the time. And also be aware if your video is on or not. Number 7, we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Wearing more makeup than you normally do. The camera does wash you out. It does remove. So if you are going to be on camera and that's important to you, you definitely want to make sure you have a little bit more on than you normally would. If you ever saw the news anchors as they're at the studio, they definitely have a lot more. Be aware that it will also take a lot of time for prep and setup and getting your script ready. Having what you need within reach, and then also speaking loud and clear and making sure that you are pausing and not just talking really fast and nobody can understand you. Okay. And then most importantly is be yourself. Okay. Let me just flip my notes. I like to try to keep myself on task. And so Julia, I am all set to not share my screen anymore. Beautiful. We are like a well-oiled machine today. Okay. So this portion of my program used to be called the dash out the door look, right? But since we're not dashing out the door right now, we're calling it the wake up and makeup look. Because right now, I think what's really important is that we feel good about ourselves during the day. And for some of us, that is putting on a polished look. I can tell you that most of the time I look great from the waist up, but honestly, I probably have on my sweatpants and my slippers. I do, from the waist down. So honestly, if you are going to go to a business meeting, you should look like you're going to a business meeting, right? So if you're in the space of coworkers or potential clients, then you would definitely want to look as polished as you would if you were to be in their same space when you're on the video camera. So your makeup routine should take really no more than 10 minutes. I'm going to show you how to do one in a quick 5 minutes. But I'm going to also walk you through a little bit of my favorite products because, of course, being a Mary Kay sales director, my whole routine does consist of Mary Kay. So I'm going to start with just sharing with you very quickly. This is my skincare routine. I'm cleansing, I'm seruming, I'm moisturizing, and I'm using an eye cream. And that is my morning and my evening routine. This morning I did a little special treatment so that my skin would look nice and clean and polished on the screen. And then I will walk you through my morning routine. So my favorite products, under eye corrector, dab, 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 going to help to lighten and brighten the look underneath your eyes. And as you apply it, it's going to definitely decrease any of those dark circles or that creepiness around your eyes. Now, just so you guys know, I've done this a couple of times on screen today. I have a mirror, which I didn't have the other day, and I ended up putting mascara all over my nose, and I had eyeliner all over my eyelid. So I'm adding a little bit of CC cream, and I'm going to do one side at a time so you guys can kind of see how it lightens and brightens and evens out the skin tone of my face, and even maybe gives me a teeny bit of color, right? Our CC cream is actually a complexion correction cream, and it actually helps to shade correct as you apply it to your face. So if you can see that on the screen, what it did is it gave me a little bit of color, but it also evened out my skin tone in a very significant way, right? So just to be consistent, let me apply it to the other side. I am using a liquid foundation brush if anybody is wondering what I'm applying it with. Now, I'm doing it quickly, so I'm going to make sure I get all of the things that you would need to do. Make sure, just like if you were in person, you're bringing your colors down, that your ears aren't a different color. If your ears are truly a different color, then we might need to talk a little bit about what shade you're using. But with the CC cream, because it does shade correct, you can use it and bring it down. I talked a little bit about your skincare last night, about making sure you're bringing moisturizer and all of those products down into your neck and making sure that your face looks as young as your neck does, or I should say your neck looks as young as your face. Next, I'm using a blush, and I'm using Wineberry in my palette. I have some eye colors, and I have this cute little palette. So I'm going to put on a little bit of Wineberry, and I am going to apply a little bit more than I normally would. because I want you to be able to see that I have a little bit of color on my cheeks, right? Okay, quick and easy. We have a liquid eyeshadow. I have Pink Starlight and Purple Nova that I'll be using today. You can apply those with your finger or with a liquid eyeshadow or liquid eyeshadow pen, brush, excuse me. I'm actually going to take that lighter color and tap the inside corner of my eyes and bring it up to my brow line because I have what you call a hooded eye. So when I wear eye color, you actually lose the eye color when I open my eyes. It's like the trunk of a car. And so if I don't bring that color up to the top of my brow bone, like I'm doing right now with the Purple Nova, then you will not be able to see any of the color. And so you can see I have that lighter color on the inside corner, and then I have the Purple Nova on the top. Right? I blended a little bit, so I'm going to give myself a little bit more of the light color on the inside. On that inside corner, you always want to lighten and brighten that inside corner of your eyes because that tends to be where we get a little bit dark. And then I'm just going to take a little bit of my blend in with my brush, a little touch up in the corners. I'm going to take a teeny bit of eyeliner in our eyeliner pencil in deep brown. And I'm just going to very lightly tug the skin of my eye. Some people like to tug up. I like to tug out because the skin when it's stretched a little bit, it allows me to make a straight line. And then I tend to do a little blending with my brush so that I don't have a harsh line of liner. And then I also bring what I can down to the bottom. This girl was an overachiever in the 80s and 90s when I was thinning out my eyebrows. So I do a little bit of touch-up work on my brows, especially when I'm going to be on a video screen because my brows tend to disappear or look like I already drawn them in with a pen or pencil. So I give them a little bit of a feathered look. Now, me personally, I have a little bit of oiliness to my skin. And so I take a little bit of translucent powder. Let me see if you can bring that in there. And I'm actually going to help to just decrease some of the shine on my face with a powder brush, especially in those highlights where the light is going to hit me and make me look shiny. And top it off with a teeny bit of our Lash Intensity Mascara. Let's see if I can do this without putting it on my nose or transferring it to any other part of my eye. There we go. So our Lash Intensity Mascara is to die for. It is a definition and a volume mascara, and it gives you lashes for days. It's kind of just a pun because you would definitely want to take off your eye makeup. Anybody who watched my presentation last night saw a beautiful presentation of some lash mites. I tend to do a little bit on the bottom. Otherwise, I lose my lower lid. I'm going to top it off with a little bit of Paparazzi Pink. One of my tips was using a color that's a little bit brighter than what you might use in person. I have to stop talking to apply it. Okay, there's my Paparazzi Pink. And I'm going to top it off with a little bit of finishing spray because we're going to be on screen today until after 7 o'clock. So please make sure you join us for our events later on this afternoon. I'm super, super excited. So that is what we call wake up to makeup or drab to fab in 5 minutes. Let me just peek at myself on the screen. Okay, I don't look so bad. I have my papers holding it over the side. It's simple. It's super simple. It shouldn't take you a long time. It makes you look polished. I can post a before and after picture if you'd like to. But all of these products are easy to get your hands on and something that really makes the look very polished for the computer screen or for your video screen, or if you're doing a recording of a presentation. So I want to share with you all that I am sending out some beauty packs for free. Okay, so being stuck at home for most of us has got us pretty down. It's got us pretty bored. I do need my glasses back now that I can actually, there we go. And for a lot of us, it's got us feeling a little bit blue. So I wanted to share out our Mary Kay beauty packs in the mail for free because I want to put a little bit of fun and happiness back into your life. So I would like to know who wants one. And the way you would let me know that you want one is to put the word me in the comments as you are viewing this video. And so I'm also booking private virtual appointments with people who are looking for consultation, because my job is to see faces. And because I can't physically be in the same space with them right now, I've had to become creative. So we are, as a whole, collectively, we are now booking faces to come together. We can do it either privately or with members that are in your home or outside of your home. If we did a Zoom appointment, we can actually put together 2 or 3 of you and your friends or your family members that you haven't been able to connect with. So I will include sending out some samples to you, some cosmetic samples or supplements, and we can customize that bag for you. I would set up an appointment with you. And also, if you have a couple of your friends join you, you will also get our free mini palette, which I said set up your space in a dance. I do not have the little mini palette, but it's about half the size of this one, and the cover is clear. If you have 2 friends join you, I will give you a free mini palette to go ahead and fill up with your mineral colors of your choice. So a blush and an eyeshadow or a couple of eyeshadows will fit in there. There's no obligation, no pressures, no sales pitches, no worries. It's just fun and entertaining. You, me, maybe a couple of friends. I absolutely would love to connect with anybody who is just looking for maybe a color look or is maybe just looking to do something better with their skin. I also wanted to say to you all, just thank you for your support for our Conscious Life Collective, but also supporting your small and privately owned businesses, because so many of us depend on the income that we bring in, and we turn it back out into our community in either our tax dollars or whether it is that we're making purchases out in the community as well. And we appreciate your support so much that I can't even, it's going to make me cry. Whew. So for me personally, if you would like to get a catalog, I can actually send you a physical catalog, or I can send you a catalog link. Ask me whichever is better for you. Any of the products that you heard about today, or any products that you're looking to purchase, all attendees of our Streamathon this weekend are going to receive 20% off of their order that's placed with me by 10 p.m. tomorrow night. And I want you to include the word community in your order so that I know that you came to me by way of this this group and this event, this experience that we're putting on for you today. I put into my event tab, you can go there. There's a couple of ways to contact me. You can go on my email, which is ybdoll@gmail. It's marykay.com for my website /MickeyPerventure. The spelling of my name is in my bio. Or you can always private message me. No matter how, you can get a hold of me. And I would absolutely love and be honored to work with anybody out there who is looking for just to change it up, or even just wants to try something new, right? Now's the time to do that. I cut my hair extra short the other day, and I just wanted to see what it would be like, because other than being on a video screen, there isn't a lot of contact that I've had. So it was fun. I don't think I'll do it again, but it was fun. Anybody who is looking to be brave and shave it all off, this is a choice that I make. And believe me, now's the time to do it if you're looking to, because you might not have access to the hair color that you like right now too. Just saying. So I'm going to peek over here and see if there are any questions. Any questions? I almost answered earlier that I didn't wear makeup. Thank you, Lynn. Yes. Oh, and Ina did her treatments this morning as well. I love it. And Lynn is feng shuiing as we speak. I love it. I love, love, love. Oh, so Lisa, lipstick is the item you would never leave the house without, right? Ina said lip gloss. Yes, I had 2 different earrings. I can't see who that is. Earrings, missing an earring. Lisa, you have 1 earring. I love it. I love that you guys were so attentive and that you were able to pick that out. And I love it. Thank you so much for attending.
Mickey, so thank you so much for an amazing presentation. I commented me. Is it legit? Am I allowed?
Yes, you are.
I learned so much, and I'm sure that based on the comments, and I'll let you address them, because there's just people are just raving. The mastery of how you did it so fast and so beautiful. Oh my God, I need a consultation.
Quick and easy.
Yeah. The eyes, oh my God.
Isn't it crazy how just that little bit of color changes everything?
Yeah, yeah. And that thing, the spray, I never, like, I don't know, I've practically, like, I'm looking at myself, practically no makeup, and I should.
Just a little dab, just a
Yeah,
tad.
yeah, totally. Camera ready, screen ready. So
I
thank you
love
so much. A beautiful presentation and so much information. Thank you for sharing the information, how people can get in touch with you. And it's, you said it, it's all in your events, right? All that
put it in the events before I went live today, but all 3 of the events. So if someone was just kind of peeking at the different events, then they can find the information in all 3.
That's great. And do you be active on Instagram as much as you are on Facebook? So people.
I am active on Instagram. It's Mickey Perventure MK for Mary Kay. And then as very active on Facebook. It's usually my primary, but I do check Instagram a couple of times a day. And then I have a personal website, and I can send people the link for a catalog if they're interested.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. So I'm going to remove myself as you will introduce.
I have the amazing honor to once again introduce a dear friend of mine. Ina Hoskins is the owner of Live Your Vision LLC and the executive managing director for eWomen Network Connecticut. She achieved her MBA in finance from Oslo Business School in Norway and had a successful 30-year, had a successful 30-year career in corporate. She is still a successful woman in the corporate world. This amazing woman has the strategic and business mind part taken care of, but she also decided to study psychology and how the mind works and what influences the mind and our behaviors, and studied the universal laws of positive mindset. This all led her, she has a passion for learning. She took it a step further and she researched how energy affects our well-being and our success. Feng Shui fascinated her, and it's now started to become my passion, I must admit. So she spent 5 years studying and playing with these ideas and concepts, and she is now going to show you how to utilize that strategic portion of that in business, combining it with staying connected with your source and with the community that you have or would like to have. And I would love for you all to please help me welcome the amazing, beautiful, and powerful, and humble too, Ina Hoskins.
Oh, thank you, Mickey. And hey, we both chose pink today.
I think we both chose pink today. I love it.
That's fabulous. Oh, thank you so much. And this is so exciting. What a community you and Julia have created. This is just remarkable. And welcome to day 2. So Conscious Life Collective. You know, just think about those words. Conscious, being conscious means that we are aware of not only our physical being, but our spiritual being. And life is all around us. It is what we are creating every single day of every moment. And then the collective, you know, we are all one. We are all one, and we're all part of the same energy. So, this morning I have my cup. Could you see my cup? It says it's a brand new baby day. So just, you know, I'm drinking my hot water with lemon from my cup that says it's a brand new baby day, and it has never been lived before. It will never be lived again. This is our one and only day. So let's treat it as a baby day and get creative. So today I wanted to do things a little bit differently. As you know, yesterday we talked about demystifying Feng Shui. And so today it's about staying connected to source and your community. So, and then we're going to tie it all together with Feng Shui at the end. So let's get ready to play. I'm going to challenge your mind. I'm going to challenge your thinking, your mindset, and just really dive in. So I do want to give a little bit of background for you, which is I was born and raised in Norway. And every summer, all of us cousins and all of us gathered on our family farm, and my grandparents were there. So these are my mom's parents. And believe it or not, I was inspired and challenged by my grandmother and my grandfather. and they challenged me in two different directions. And I will explain that in a little bit. But my grandparents were up at the crack of dawn every single morning. They had a routine. It was breakfast was at 6 a.m. My grandmother made oatmeal every morning, and 6 a.m. was breakfast. And usually it was just the two of them. And that was their time to connect in the morning. However, I have always been a morning person, up bright and early. So I joined them for that 6 a.m. oatmeal breakfast. And during that breakfast, I got a lot of alone time with them. And so my grandfather would challenge me with, with math problems. And he was like, and I was young, and he would challenge me to really utilize my brain and do all these math problems in my head. And sure enough, we came to find out that numbers was my thing. So during all these challenges, I would listen to the problems, and I would solve them. And one day he said, "No, you're wrong." And I was like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm right. And I wasn't that old. I mean, I was maybe like 9, 10 years old. And 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 then after he thought about it, he was like, "Oh, you're right." And so he then really encouraged me to continue on this numbers and finances, which I have done, as you will know through my just career that I've done. I was in finance for 30 years, and I still play with finance. So, and then my grandmother opened up the awareness of source and spirit and angels, and she was very connected to the universe, and she would see spirits, and she would always tell me, "Oh, I know they're always here just to help us. It's nothing to be afraid of." And so I was so fortunate, which I didn't realize at that young age, but they just introduced me to finances and to spirituality from just a young age. And that gave me tools and techniques to overcome a lot of difficult times throughout my life, and traumas, pretty severe traumas throughout my life, that they just gave me these tools. And so when I was young, I didn't really know. Nobody shared it with me or taught me, but that sort of, but my grandmother was sort of in my head, and I could utilize my creativeness. And so I actually created altars from a very young age. I would go into my closet, close the door, and create like a little altar, and, just sit there and meditate. I didn't know that that was what I was doing. I didn't know I was creating an altar. I didn't know I was meditating, but I was. And I loved studying. I just loved studying. And, even today, funny enough, spreadsheets and numbers excite me. It's like, I actually joke and say, "Hey, if you want to give me a good impression on a first date, we can talk about numbers and talk about spreadsheets." But and so that still fascinates me. It's still a passion for me. And so when I studied finances and business, that all made sense to me. I could do the due diligence on, multi-million dollar companies, and I could do all that, but I still felt that something was missing. So in the corporate world, um, I've always remained grounded in my spiritualism, yet and would sort of input that within the boardrooms that I was in. And that was very unique for me, because I was very often the only female, and then again the only person that sort of took a little bit of a spiritual approach to the finances. So but it did work out to my favor. I have had a very wonderful career within corporate, yet as I mentioned, something was missing. And that's when I really started studying the spiritual finances and the universal laws and how it's all connected. So the bottom line, everything is energy. Everything is energy. whether it is tangible objects, whether it is our thoughts, whether it is, the cup that we drink our water from and we're infusing, whatever energy in that water so that we're drinking it. Everything is energy. And now, yesterday, Julia started sharing that she had a bookcase behind her and that she had bills in there and they were distracting her, energy. And, I said, oh, we're going to talk about that tomorrow. So, are you all ready for some fun? I am going to challenge your mindset, okay? And just go along with me on this. This is just a fun exercise. I do this at workshops very often. And this is just to showcase something for you. So what I want you to do is just take a nice deep breath and release. Try to release all the judgments and anything that might be interfering with you today. And then I want you to be your own observer. I want you to pay attention to what you are paying attention to. And what does that mean? Pay attention to your mind. Pay attention to where your thoughts go. What thoughts? Okay? So here we go. Ready? We're going to be talking about money right now. We all have an idea around money, right? So here we go. Remember, pay attention to what you're paying attention to. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love money. I love money. Money is my friend. I just love it. It makes me happy. Now, what are you thinking? What are your thoughts? If you're daring, put them in the comments. What are you thinking? Are you thinking, wow, she's being very materialistic. I thought this was a spiritual consciousness episode. What is this? This is very materialistic. Or is it greedy? Or are you saying, is that money real? Like, what's going through your mind? Or, I do too. I enjoy my money as well. What thoughts do you have? What is going through your mind? Well, let me tell you something. Money heard you. Yes, money heard you. So if everything is energy, this is just energy. This is just energy as well. So would you go somewhere where you weren't loved and you weren't respected? No, you wouldn't. And would you have those same thoughts if I said, oh, I love my amethyst crystal. Isn't it beautiful? Don't you love this crystal too? Do you have the same thoughts around that? I would think probably not. So, in regards to your bills, Julia, how do we feel and how do we prepare ourselves to pay those bills? So, I have a challenge for you. The next time you pay your bills, and maybe especially now where, we have people that are furloughed or laid off. We have people that have to close down their businesses. We have people who have had to pivot and, go online and to really navigate this pandemic and all of the seeming circumstances, right? So circumstances are then external, right? And yes, reality is that, we are in a difficult time. And reality is that money might be tight for some people and things might be challenging. And so let's put ourselves in that space that is our reality. But what can we do to sort of shift that a little bit? Because that's what this whole thing is all about, is how do we stay balanced and calm and have this attitude of gratitude during this time, right? And that is that we actually want to be very conscious of everything we are doing. Because if everything is energy, how we handle the money is also conscious. So I always handle my money with very deep respect. And it's like I face them all the same way. I organize them within my wallet. Um, and I have gratitude when handling it. I am grateful that I actually have this. Um, and then you want to, when you're paying your bills, now most of us pay bills online right now, which is great. But how conscious are you when you are paying your bills? How conscious are you when you are like shopping? We get like how like this beautiful piece is actually Julia's. I'm going to share a little bit about how I got that a little later, but when purchasing this, how was that transaction, right? And you want to be in gratitude. So even though we may not have much at certain times, or even if we have an abundance, be in an attitude of gratitude. So when you are paying that bill and you're putting in your credit card or you're pressing enter to purchase it, say, thank you, Source. Thank you. When I pay my electric bill, I say, thank you for providing that. Thank you to all of the workers who are needed to supply that energy. Thank you to my cable company for allowing me to sit at home in my office, streaming with you. Thank you. I appreciate it and I'm grateful. When purchasing produce, at the store, do we just swipe our card and move along? Or do we swipe our card and say, thank you. I am grateful for the farmers. I'm grateful for the people who drove those produce to the grocery store or the market. I am grateful to all the workers at the market or the grocery store who are out there during this time. I am grateful. So I just want to let you know that gratitude is the vibration of abundance. Okay. So just think about that. Gratitude is the vibration of prosperity and abundance. Yes. So the more grateful we are, we raise our vibration and we raise the vibration so that we have a landing page for creativity, for prosperity, for abundance. And prosperity doesn't just mean monetary. Prosperity can also be health, peace of mind. I often say that prosperity and actually abundance to me means peace of mind. So, so next time you purchase something, next time you put in your credit card number, next time you purchase the flowers or that or the wonderful salads or potatoes or spinach at the store, think about everybody who is affected by that and send gratitude. All right. And so you might be wondering, why are we talking about this with money and paying our bills and, and this prosperity and why are we so focused on increasing our prosperity? Well, I think what the world needs now is more awake, more conscious, more connected, wealthy people. Yeah, because the more wealth we as awake, conscious, connected people have, the more we circulate, the more we give back. What about this amazing platform today? This is a give back to everybody. This is a thank you. We love you. We see you. We are all one. We're all connected. Right? So stay on that vibration of gratitude and abundance. All right. So everything's energy. It's number one. Everything's energy. Gratitude is the vibration of prosperity. And so the next thing I want to challenge you on is we are either in love or we're in fear. Ooh, those are two emotions, and we are either in love or we are in fear. Can we really believe that? I think we can if you think about it. You know, happiness, that would be love. If we are anxious, if we are nervous in any way, shape, or form, that's fear coming in, right? So if there's any bit of that nervousness or anxious energy, it's because we are allowing fear to tap in. And so, how can we move from fear to love? Well, yesterday we talked about feng shui, all right? And it was fun and we had a great time. And how can we utilize feng shui to enhance our lives and invite in love, harmony, health, peace, abundance, and balance? Well, as we said yesterday, feng means wind, shui means water. Those are all elements, right? But both of those elements are all about flow, right? So we actually want to make sure that that we are always in flow. We don't want any blockages. We don't want to stagnate. We want to make sure we are always in flow. And that is what I think feng shui helps you with, is just sort of releasing some of the blocks so that the energy can flow. And what is energy? It's our chi. Yeah. And we can generate chi, or we can block it. So and sometimes it's conscious, sometimes it's not, but we can absolutely remedy blocks and enhance the flow. So again, this is about being in the flow with the universe. It's about being in the flow with source. And so, like we said yesterday, feng shui is all about intention. It's energy and it's flow. So the number one thing we talked about yesterday was blocks, like what blocks our energy. Well, the number one cause of blocking energy is clutter. Right? We talked about that yesterday. Clutter is it will just block the creative juices. And so if your environment is cluttered, your mind is cluttered. So the best way to untangle that is to declutter. So the first thing is absolutely to have your intention of what you want to do. Again, intention is first, and then you want the energy to flow. So so cleaning and clearing is fabulous. And you know, feng shui isn't as mystical as you may think. I think everybody on this collective right here is tapping into feng shui in different areas. Even Mickey with her with how we treat our face and hands and body, that we are in the energy of flow and beauty, right? We are loving ourselves, we are treating ourselves, and creating beauty, which then what does it do? It heightens our vibration and increases our flow. And then we have like energetic pieces that are infused with energy that can help flow. All right. We can enhance our chi. So let's go through some of our enhancements of chi again. We can utilize all elements. I want to share, I have a rock here, and look at that, it's heart-shaped. I found that rock and I was like, oh, it's heart-shaped. And you know, it's just a reminder for me. It has great energy. It just moves me into love every time I see this. So I have this out. We also utilize crystals, right? And so we have our rose quartz here. And this is a heart-shaped, nice, smooth rose quartz. I also have this, which has a point, and I can move energy very nicely with any type of pointed arrow. So rose quartz is all about love. And that's what we really want to tap into, is love. So I just have this love for rose quartz. And I just believe that as long as we are in love, we are in a positive energy and we are in the flow. Now, we also can beautify our space. Again, we declutter and then we put things we love into it, right? I love my painting of Lakshmi. She's the goddess of prosperity. And again, prosperity, a lot of people think of money. Well, it's not just money. It's about balance and harmony and peace of mind and anything that you love, right? We have fresh flowers. I love bringing in fresh flowers. Fresh flowers gives you creativity. It sparks that creativeness within you. And so, just what brings you joy? What makes you happy? What brings up your vibration? That is what you want to do. So you can walk around your office, your space, and make sure that everything is in alignment with the vibration that you want, right? I always have vision boards up because I am a firm believer in having a North Star to work towards. And so, that is just a reminder for me. And I am very aware of like the energy blocks, and you are too. Just tap into your gut, and your gut knows, your body knows. There's a little technique that I always use, which I learned from one of the feng shui masters that I studied with, who shared with me, if you are questioning something, think about either the item or whatever decision you need to make. Think about it and just stand grounded and let your body tell you. Well, if your body moves backwards, guess what? You're leaning away from that energy. But if your body moves forward, you're leaning into it. So that's a great way to sort of tap into your own intuition, gut, your own energy, your own inner knowing. And I do that quite a bit. Some of you know that I have 3 grown children and I have 7 grandchildren. So whenever my children ask me, what should I do when they ask for some sort of advice? We talk about the situation and then I say, well, what feels light to you? Not right, but light. Do what feels light. And I would just encourage everybody to follow that, because your inner knowing, your inner guidance system will always guide you in the direction that is in favor to your highest good. So that's a little tip that I learned. And so, with that space, how do we enhance it? Right? Well, we talked about a lot of ways to do this. And, plants and flowers, people don't always think about that, but they really do. It's growth. It's growth for your prosperity, your abundance, your well-being. And so, one of my projects, I am so excited to share, because I was tapping into what can I do right now? What kind of project can I do that will make a difference for me and make a difference for the world? And these can be small little things that we can do. So my project is that my intuition guided me to purchase a tower garden. So if anyone wants to know about a tower garden, you connect with Lynn Gallant. She is the tower garden guru. So I'm not going to profess that I know too much about it yet, but I received it and I'm going to put it together. And this tower garden is going to assist me with my health as it grows fresh lettuce and herbs and all this stuff, as well as it is going to help protect our planet. So it will create health for me as well as health for the planet. And we are saving on water with this system. We are saving on the packaging that the lettuce and all that comes in. So that is my project. Once this whole um, collective consciousness is finished, I'm going to be building my tower garden and creating more life. And if you can think of plants and flowers in that aspect, that you are growing, that you are that your ideas, your creativity, it's all growth, whether it's spiritual growth, monetary growth, health, whatever it is, plants will enhance that growth. All right. And then Julia gave us some amazing tips on crystals yesterday. And, you know, I love wearing crystals myself. And I just love my clear quartz. I have many of them. And amethyst, and then the rose quartz. Those are my sort of go-tos. Um, and so that is basically feng shui in a nutshell. It is your intention connected with the energy, and how do we then express that, and how can we change the energy within our home. So yesterday I gave you a little tip on a flower blessing. Well, today I'm going to tell you or share a secret on another way to change the energy within your home or office space. And that is, in feng shui, red is very, very important color. It is a power color. It's just a real great energy power color. And then the number 3, or any number that can be divided by 3. So it's like 3, 6, 9, 18, 27, all the way up, right? So with that, there's 2 tips here. One is, if you can have anything red within your front door. If your front door is red, oh, you are so inviting, and you are way ahead of it all. Just that is like the number 1 energetic, welcoming, power, energy color that you can have. But not all of us have a red door. I do not. So what I did was I actually put a red mat in front of my door. And then whatever flowers I do, they are red by the front door. And even if you are in an apartment building, you can have a red doormat. So, or you can hang up something red on your door. It doesn't matter. This isn't about right or wrong or anything like that. This is, again, all about intention. So something red in your entrance that will have great energy, great power. All right. And then the second tip is we're going to work on the number 27. All right. We did that with a flower blessing yesterday for those of you who were on then. And today we are going to walk around our space, and we are going to move 27 items. Does not have to be large at all. It can be little, it can be moving your crystals from one place to another. Just feel out where these things want to go and count them up. And trust me, you move 27 things, you will shift the energy in your home. And a little tip to, while you're doing this, have a window just cracked so that the energy has somewhere to go as well as to come in. Okay, so that's a little bit, that's our little feng shui tip today on how to move some energy. All right, and so then today was also about staying connected. I think this is so important, so important, right? And this community is super important. This is one way to stay connected, right? We are staying connected virtually, but we are staying connected. And it is very, very important for our well-beings. No one is meant to do this life alone. No one. And that is why you hear a lot of the sayings like we lift as we climb, when all boats rise when the tide rises. All those sayings, they have meaning because it is about the collective consciousness. And we are meant to be together. We are meant to do community. Um, and I have to admit, some of us have this Lone Ranger syndrome, and I was one of them. I did. I actually raised my 3 children alone, and and was used to doing everything alone. So I had a little bit of that Lone Ranger syndrome going on. And then I learned that there's many communities out there. There are friends who love me. There's um, and we need to be connected. We need to be connected. And especially during this time, there's so many people feeling alone and vulnerable. And so I just want you to know that I am here for you. This community is here for you. And I love all of the commercials that say we're going to make it together. We're going to get through this together. And we absolutely are. But it's not just this pandemic. It is life in general, right? And so stay connected to your community and lift as we climb. So, like I said, this Conscious Life Collective community is one way to do this. And I've noticed that there's a lot of solopreneurs, entrepreneurs within this community. And so I do want to just let you know that I am also executive managing director of the E-Women Network. You see my little sign behind me. And what is that community? That is an entrepreneurial community for entrepreneurial women and a few like-minded men. We love our men. No one does it alone, like I said, but we also love our men who support women in business. Okay, because men and women, they connect differently and they network differently. And so I really want to share with you that connecting to a community is important. And E-Women Network is actually celebrating 20 years. They were founded in Dallas, Texas 20 years ago by Sandra Yancey, our founder and CEO. And we are now a global community of over 500,000 entrepreneurs. And we have chapters throughout the United States, Canada, Australia, and the UK. And I know that Julia is a part of that. That's how we actually met Julia. Mickey is part of my leadership team. And so I just really, if you are an entrepreneur looking for a community, check us out. Go to ewomennetwork.com and just check out the community. We actually work with core values. Lifting as we climb is actually one of our core values. Fun, happiness, self-care is one of our core values. And entrepreneurs or solopreneurs very often work alone. And so if we work alone and live alone, it can be pretty lonely. So what better place to really connect and collaborate with somebody? We don't believe in competition, which I don't either. That's one of the universal laws that I studied, is that there is no competition. There's more than enough for everybody, and there's plenty of space for collaboration. Just look at this amazing collaboration that is happening here, that you are witnessing. This is a beautiful collaboration. And And that is what we are all about. So I just invite you to check out that community or any community and just really make sure that you're staying connected. So now I want to share a story about this beautiful piece right here. Do you see this? So this is an energy statement. And I was at the eWomen Network conference in July of last year, and I was there as a managing director, and there was I think there was 900 people there, and they were giving away raffle prizes. And so Julia is part of that, and she had what we call a showcase table there, and she was showcasing her amazing jewelry. And I actually had looked at this the night before, and believe it or not, they were raffling it off. And I was like, "Ooh, I don't have that piece. I love that piece. I don't know what it means, but I just love it. I love the whole energy of it, right? I could tell that that piece was mine. I just knew it. And so I was envisioning that, yep, my name. They call out a name, and I'm like, oh, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll just go buy it, right? I will support Julia in purchasing it. Well, the name that they called was in the restroom. Okay. And, so there was this whole discussion about, should we continue? Should we not? And this is all about energetic. So listen to this whole story from a universal energy perspective, right? And then she said, okay, we're in agreement. You have to be in the room to receive the gift or the raffle. So let's pull out another name. And guess who? It was me, my name. And I was like, oh. And then there was a tinge of guilt in me. I was like, oh, I feel bad for the person that was in the restroom, but I'm like, but I'm really happy that I won this. And so one of the universal laws is, to be grateful. One of the universal laws is to receive, right? And we have to learn to receive. And I am going to be closing this session today with that universal law of receiving. Because many of us, when we receive, and sometimes we receive in a circumstance that is a little uncomfortable. So this was a circumstance that was uncomfortable to me because I was thinking she was originally meant to receive this, but she wasn't in the room, so I received it. So I then had to let go of that and be, okay, I have to be in alignment with receiving and say, thank you, universe, and thank you, God, for that. And I did. And then, I did have to purchase the ring to go with it because I am a little matchy. I know that that Julia says you don't have to, but I love matching jewelry sets. So just know that we activate the law of receiving by giving. So I encourage everyone to make sure to share their gifts and talents because that is a way to give. And then you activate the universal law of receiving. And then we also have to be good at receiving. And this all starts with a compliment. When someone says to you, oh, you look so beautiful today. How do you respond to those comments? How do you respond to that compliment? Do you say, it's just, I just got up like this, or do you say, thank you, and really tap into that heart-centered place and say, thank you. And how about taking it a step further? Thank you for noticing. That is true receiving. When we are able to connect with our beautiful community and family again, and someone says, oh, let me treat you to coffee and breakfast. Let me treat you to dinner. Is your initial thought that, oh, no, it's okay. Thank you, though. Or do you say, thank you, and I receive that? Because just know that we are working with the universe in that, okay? This is, and working with the universe is part of Feng Shui. We are taking it to another level, but it is part of it. And so you want to make sure the messages you're sending out to the universe are what you want to receive. So when someone offers you a compliment, when someone offers you a blessing, when someone offers you a gift, when someone offers you a lunch, a dinner, say thank you with your heart. And then guess what? You are in gratitude. You are on the vibration of prosperity and abundance. And you can truly receive. So I think that is what I have today, ladies. I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions. I can't see any questions on here. Hi.
Amazing. I don't even know where to begin. Thank you so much. A lot of people are commenting, and Mickey is addressing the comments right now. I kind of just stopped. I had to take notes, and I had to just take it all in and just be still and fully present. I knew that we have an alignment. I knew that there is a connection, but I didn't know the degree to which, because we saying the same words, we have the same values, we see the world with the same lenses and colors. I say all the time that everything is energy. Every thought, every word, every object. So if we can surround ourselves with all those things that support us, including the vessel that we are in, including the thing you're wearing, including the crystal that is next to you, and including the bookshelf that needed to be removed.
Right.
And you just put it in such a beautiful way. You packaged it so beautifully in a way that it really penetrated deep and touched the soul. That's how I can explain it. My soul was happy because I was like, I'm home. You know that feeling, like you say, like Sammy was saying, like that's the moment you're home. And thank you for bringing back up this concept of this community, the reason why we created, and you just recreated in a different words the reason why, and you just made it much more, even more stronger. So we are here because we are all in it together. And as you were speaking, I went back, because this is one of the just gonna show you really quickly.
Yes.
See, like we are all in this together. This is something that I created for Untamed Hearts, and I displayed big bold at the shows. We are all in this together. And then, I'm rambling, but may I?
Of course, of course.
The red in front, the front door. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm running to paint my door red. I love red. I'm gonna paint my door red. But I have a question. May I? We have a little bit of time. I have a question, and maybe guys, if you have questions, actually, let me just move this so I look in the camera better. We have questions, so if you have questions, we have a few minutes to take advantage of this beautiful presence. And
I can't see the questions, Julia. So if you want to share them with me, I'm happy to.
How about this? I'm gonna curate the questions, but I'll go first.
Yes.
So I had I have 2 bedrooms, and in the second bedroom, a wall behind the bed is red, beautiful red.
Yes.
And I was like, removed myself from that. Even though I love it, I removed myself from that bedroom. And I'm thinking right now to recolor it. I colored it red. I love it. But tell me, what's up with
There's a great, yes. You know why? Because your bedroom should be for rest, rejuvenation, and romance. And red is way too powerful to be in that.
So you're not resting.
Right. So red is just a power color. It creates a lot of energy, and it just really builds a lot of energy. And so, of course, in the bedroom, you want to lower the energy a
What
little.
type of energy build? Not that. Yeah.
Exactly.
We want that. Yeah, you want like, yes.
Yes. And then so Lynn, I see Lynn had a question. Does it need to be 27 same things? No, it can be anything. Like, I have to admit, when I did it, I actually moved a chair. I mean, something that big. I moved a chair. Then I moved like something this small. I moved a couple plants. Yeah, so it does not need to be the same item, just 27 anythings.
And then we have another question. Should you move 27 things every day?
No, no. Well, I mean, you can, of course, but that is really, again, creating a lot of energy because what you're doing is you're wanting to create flow within your home. And, it's sort of like you want weather, but you don't want a tornado, right? So be a little conscious of how much energy you are actually shifting around, and just tap into yourself. Tap into yourself and say, is this creating a little, anxiety or something, or is this creating peace? So, because as long as it is creating peace and creativity, you are in the right direction. Okay. So, these rituals that I talk about, these ceremonial things like the flower blessing, the 27 items, I personally do them once a quarter. Some people do them once a year. I'm very in tune with like the seasons, so I always start every season off with fresh energy. So that is why I do it once a quarter. Okay, are there any more questions?
Let's see. Guys, this is your chance, because we don't often have a chance like that, right?
Right.
Let me just scroll through the comments. And Lina's saying, I have some crystals, but need more. So if you need more crystals, Lynn, it's something that my work is, and I don't know, do you?
No.
No, okay. Because I, with Untamed Hearts, we actually have a special selection, and we don't, like, only people who really know us know that they can come to us for crystals. So if you ever want to speak about crystals, you're more than welcome to share, to just get in touch. We will.
Julia, actually, this piece I got from you.
It's a gift, right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yes. So I, in fact, and I'll talk about it later, but we infuse energy into crystals, and at certain events I make it special for people, and I give it as a gift because it's even more because my intention is whatever the crystal has, but also to share that energy of love and protection and healing. And it's kind of like connecting the dots. It's the dots that are all over the place that we can just send energy to. And I'm so grateful that you own it.
Yeah. And that's a great way to activate that.
It's activating.
Yeah. And not only that, but activating the universal laws for you. You are giving and receiving. So it's sort of that ever-going flow, right?
By the way, your necklace is sharing the flame, and you are totally doing that. Sharing the flame to be like a candle, when one candle can light a whole room of others.
Yeah.
Without diminishing its own light. Do you guys feel that the room is lit? Do you feel what Aina just did? The light that she just spread, and she touched so many different things. And we have some questions here. And yes, please, please just drop a question right now, because we still have a few minutes. I've been desiring to literally get rid of everything, clear the space, and start again once this pandemic clears. Can you speak further on that? What happens, like, It's a very good question. So I'm going to leave you on stage.
Great question. And that's a big question. And so that is telling me that you have something that is needing to be birthed within you. And so that is the message that I'm receiving in that. And I will share with you that I have done that once. I got rid of everything and then redid it. And so, and that is okay. That is okay. That means that there's some sort of residual energy in whatever is going on in the home, whatever it is. Something is giving you a message saying that this energy needs to shift, and then go with it. I would say make sure to check in with yourself, just like I shared earlier. Jennifer, I believe that was your question. Check in with yourself. Stand with your feet hip distance apart. Get really grounded, and I know you're good at that, Jennifer. So get really grounded, and then really question. Put it out there and say, close your eyes, even if that feels comfortable to you, but at least lower them, and ask the question, does everything need to go? And I'll tell you, your body will let you know. You will go backwards if no, not everything needs to go, or you will go forward if everything needs to go. And so just tap into that inner gut. But I have a feeling that there is something needing to be birthed from this. And so I would say go on it, jump on it, and find out what is bubbling inside of you that needs to be birthed. Okay. That was a great question. I love that.
I think it's an awesome question. And I think many of us are maybe subconsciously thinking about it. So shouldn't even say thinking, but in our subconscious, it's a question, but we may not necessarily verbalize it yet. Not all of us.
Right. Yeah. And there's way to cleanse things too. Everybody has the time or the finances to just replace everything. And so what I would say is there's a way to cleanse everything. We can smudge all over. We can burn candles and make sure that the intention of cleansing and only white light and love is coming in, and we're releasing any bad energy. That's a great way to do it. So that, there's just different ways to do it, and then to follow it with then life, with flowers, with just that creative life and blessing. I think that's great, to cleanse first and then invite new growth and new life. That's actually what I'm doing today. That's or not today, but that's my project, is that tower garden that I talked about. It is like, I haven't really been a gardener at all. And so I'm like, it just touched me. It says, no, now's the time. You're going to do this. We're going to have fresh vegetable or, lettuces and herbs, and it's going to be great, and it's going to grow, and it is good for the environment. It's good for me. And that is a lot of new growth. So, so that was something that came to me. So that's my way of knowing that something is being birthed within me as well.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I find myself burning sage a lot. And also Palo Santo. And I open my windows and I let the air in, because I spend a lot of time. I think this is interesting because we spend a lot of time inside. Yeah. So energies are bouncing off the walls a lot, especially if there are different conversations, different emotions in the house. So those are really powerful. Yeah. And also, guys, here you go, crystals. Now, you are at home. A lot of you are at home, right? So make sure that crystals absorb energy. So make sure you take care of your crystals. Think about them as babies. They're children. You need to take care of them. So let them bathe sometimes under the full moon. Sometimes if you put them in the water and under the sun, if they're depleted, they don't like to be much on the sun, but that's one way. Not everybody can feel they're depleted, but sometimes they get depleted and they need a little like sun energy to be charged. You
Right.
can sage them also. So your crystals are receivers of energy. Think about it that way. So, but if there's a lot of happiness, so they're going to do that as well. They're going to absorb
Yeah.
that. But if there's tension, clean them.
Beautiful. I love it. See, you are already practicing feng shui.
It comes up intuitively.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never studied this discipline personally, but intuitively, I just feel things. That's how I'm wired. I feel things, and all of a sudden, like I need to move something with absolutely no logic behind it.
Right.
I need to move this thing.
Yeah. That's great. Just being in tune with you, with your energy, with your environment. Yeah.
Love that. Ina, so once again, I know you told people how to get in touch with you. Are you on Instagram? Are you on Facebook? Social channels?
It is mostly Facebook. So you can connect with me personally. So that is Ina Hoskins. I do have a business page, which is Live Your Vision. And if you want to, like I said, and then there's also the Women Network Greater Hartford public page, and that's there's a lot of like business posts and a lot of support there as well. So.
Yeah, awesome. So all of this information, I'm assuming, is going to be in the tab where your event is, like in our. If it's not there, we'll make sure that we add the contact so it's easy for you guys to find this beautiful soul woman powerhouse and full of love and heart-centered person. So thank you so much for this presentation.
Well, thank you, Julia. Thank you for including us.
With us. And collective consciousness. That's what this is all about. Conscious life collective. Yeah. Thank you for being part of it.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna bring Mickey just so that together. And then before we're gonna introduce Smith, our next very exciting present. I don't even know how to. I'll talk in a moment. But Mickey, is there anything that is in your world that you might want to share with us at this moment? Anything?
As I expressed to everybody, I would be doing wardrobe changes throughout the day.
Yeah.
And so what I'm wearing right now.
Open your heart.
Open your heart. And I actually learned something from Julia yesterday with your presentation, is that this beautiful drape here can either go forward, which I think is beautiful, but I always used to try to fix it, or behind you, right? And I saw you wearing it yesterday alongside, and I absolutely loved it. It was so stylish.
Thank you. And would you like to say a little bit more about the raffle, because it's your world?
It's coming, you guys. So
remind for people who didn't see.
Yes. So wrong side. I don't know if you have ever done anything in the computer, but it's like the opposite of what you think it is. I was telling Julia last night I was putting face mask in my hair the other day because I couldn't figure out which way to go. So there are a couple of ways for you all to enter the raffle. This bowl here, which is now preventing my husband from being able to cook all weekend, is full of names, and all of the names that are in here are our members, right? So if you've joined the group, your name is already in there. And so maybe some of you can actually see your name in there. I see Jane's name. I see Lynn.
Nice handwriting.
Natalie. I think I see a whole bunch of fun names in there. So these are all of our members. But this is also a collection of all of you who have been commenting or asking questions or being on live and affirming our speakers today in the gifts that they are presenting to you, receiving those gifts. So all of those interactions also get your name in here. I am ready. I've got lots and lots and lots and lots of little papers. I'm on my second red pen. I've already run out of ink in one pen with writing these names. I'm so excited. We have a raffle coming up at 1:30. So
Okay.
keep everything coming. 1:30, we've got our first raffle for the day.
Yay, thank you. And by the way, after your presentation, I went back to the mirror and I was like, I don't have makeup for, especially I'm on the camera, so I can put a little bit of lipstick and I make more. So thank you, Mickey.
Thank you.
And now it's time to present someone. And hold on. Hold on. Someone who is very special person to me. And I know that I have like a way that Smith like to be presented. But before I say anything, I'm not even gonna this is Julia saying something about this gorgeous human being who came into my life so unexpectedly, who was so generous with her talents. And our anniversary was just 3 years, right?
Yes, 3 years.
So just
how was that possible?
How did that pass? I don't know. But it was very cool because we both theta healers. And we were taking trainings in New York City Theta Healing Center. And I was speaking with someone saying, I am going to World Happiness Summit or Festival. I'm going to World Happiness Festival like in a few days. And Smith was just passing by and she stopped. I said, where are you going? Why am I not going there?
I was like, I belong there.
I loved it. And I was like, come with me. So come with me, be my guest. Help me do this thing because I've never done it before. I think it was very large event. It was one of my first very large events. I've done a lot of them since then. But Smith was with me, and I think together we did my first. Do you remember that video when we were laughing like crazy? Everyone loved it. That was my first Facebook Live.
That's what you said. Chase happiness.
And so I think that was the seed level. There you go. I think this was the seed level for my many projects. By now, where I show up when the messages from the universe, this conscious life collective project that me and Mickey co-founded together. So I think like the very beginning, the seed level, me just having such a good time being with people in this virtual way, but being so close and personal, and you were there too. So I'm beyond excited. Smith is someone who is all heart, all compassion, all kindness. Her work is helping people to connect to that by doing certain things that I'm not going to discuss. She's going to talk about that. But her energy, like she is not someone who went and studied it. She's the one who is wired that way. And she's commissioned from the above to deliver it here. That's how I see it. She does not say that. I don't
say that. You say it so well for me, but I would never say that. But I love that.
In my world, her energy, like I remember my first experience, I would be just standing next to you just for a moment. I remember like at the Theta Healing, when we were training, I would just stand next to you and I would say, so how do you clean your closet? And you told me, you don't remember this, I'm sure.
I actually do. I actually do remember that.
And you said probably 3 words. And those 3 words were powerful enough for me to take everything out of my 3 closets, to reorganize, to put things that I need to give away. It was 3 words. So it's not the words, guys. It's not the action, but it's the energy. That's what Aina was talking about. It's about like she's embodying it. And when you come close around Smith, I say that there's certain things that are contagious. So let the good things be contagious, not the viruses. So Smith, that clarity of energy and that clarity of what needs to be done next and how, and seeing how it will be done next is what Smith embodies. And being next to her in her space or speaking with her, you will experience right now. That's why she's so loved and so many people were served by her and referred her over and over and over and over again. It's because of that. because of how special she is. Okay, so now I'm going to.
You can all see why I love this woman so much. God, I have little tears here.
I'm crying from allergies, but I can say I have tears too. So I'm going to do an official presentation the way Smith likes to be presented. Okay, so she is the founder of Clear Space. I'm going to read it. and it's all true, guys, but from my heart, it was different. She's the founder of Clear Space, and she's a master organizer. Yes. Having transformed the homes and lives of thousands of people. Yes. Smith is initially conscious and about our wellness, directly about the fact that our wellness directly connected to our environment. How perfect this alignment is. Whether in our homes or world, our ability to visualize and create inspiring spaces and to bring consciousness to the choices we make about our stuff generates genuinely magical results. And Smith lives in Brooklyn with her husband and her two beautiful cats. She adores surfing, dancing, spending time in nature, and creating art. And the book, you're going to talk about the book?
You can talk about the book. I'll talk about the book. I'm going to read from the book a little bit, but yeah.
You want me? Okay.
Yeah, you can talk about it.
Okay. So Smith gave birth to a book. Now, this was not like, a project that somebody says, I'm going to just construct the plan and I'm going to do this project. This was a labor of love. It was giving birth. It was all that energy that I spoke about earlier that she embodies. It cannot stay with her. Because not everybody can come close to Smith. Not everybody can work with her because too many people would be, it would be like too many people to work with one person. So she needed to express it in a different way. And when she reads the book, you'll understand. But the name of the book is the same as the name of her work and the business. I don't want to call it business. It's your work. It's Clear Space. It's small, but it's beautiful. And it's loaded with such a wisdom and information that you can take on immediately, take it to your life right away, create changes, change the energy, and allow yourself to be the best of you because you're going to create the environment that will support the best of you. And so that, I don't want to say anymore because I'm going to spoil it. I'm going to let you do it. And with that, guys, I hope you're excited enough to meet Smith. And at this point, I'm going to leave you.
Great. I'm gonna pull you back in when I'm done. Hopefully there'll be some questions. I hope you guys will ask me questions because I'm happy to share with you all the stuff that I want to tell you about today. But what I'm really going to help you most is if you give me some sort of specific question. And I will tell you exactly what you need to do in that moment. So as Julia said, my business is called Clear Space. And I started this business about 8 years ago, literally because I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I had asked the universe, which I didn't even really genuinely believe in that as much. And I was like, universe, it's up to you. I can't figure this out. And I went on vacation, and in my left ear, I heard a voice, a man's voice say, you're a home organizer. And I mean, it was 3 weeks after I was driving and I like heard it, and it just I didn't even know what that was or what it meant. And that was November of 2012. And by January 2013, my business was started. And I didn't want to call myself an organizer because I felt like I was more than that, but I didn't know how to express it. And 8 years later, it's still the same thing. It's people who've worked with me get it, and they understand what I'm able to create for them. But hopefully today you'll get a takeaway from some of that. And going to Julia's point of like why I wrote this book, I never had dreams of being an author. I never considered myself a writer. I had no expectation I would ever do this, but I kept feeling the fact that being organized is not a luxury. It is not something that only people with money who can afford people to come in and do for them should have access to. This is something that no matter your income stream or the kind of home you live in, one of the most powerful conversations I had with someone was a gentleman many years ago told me how the worst part of growing up in poverty was how ugly his surroundings were. And, you know, like how could that be improved? So that's the point I want to make is a lot of the life skills that we need in this world, we're not taught. And I was not an organized person. I, was considered a slob and I left things around, and I learned to become organized because I started to see the effects of my life by doing so. And I'm really fascinated by like the human nature of stuff, right? So I go into people's homes and I see all that they have. And I've in the past, 6 years, I've been in 500 homes and I've seen a lot. And what I recognize is how transient our stuff is, but rather than it being transient and leaving the home, it's like transient and goes in a pile, or transient and goes in the closet and just like settles. And that's what I love right now as I am doing gratitude as much as possible. What I am so grateful for in this quarantine period is that people actually have the time to reassess their surroundings. We have so much time. My biggest concern about this book was that people would read it but not take the time to do the exercises. And if you are committed to living a life of order, and I'm not saying order like, super strict and living with nothing, just a sense of where everything is. You don't have to dig through piles. You don't have to shuffle things around to just eat dinner or make a meal. It's because you've learned what you have, you know where everything is, you know where it goes when you have to put it away. So with this quarantine time, it's been a month, and now it looks like it's another month or so here, at least in New York. And in the beginning, in that first month, I didn't do much. And I didn't want to advise my clients or people following me to do anything because I was still like deer in the headlights, like not really sure what should be happening. And I didn't want to be telling people what to do until I was clear. And at this point, what I'm going to advise you guys about today is just sort of like how to start if you're feeling a little like you want to do something, but it feels overwhelming. And I do want to throw out there, because I have had a couple of people, and I know my friend Erin's watching, and our other friend Dennis, they and I'm outing you guys because maybe this will inspire you. They both were saying how, they should clean out their garages. And yeah, this is the time to do it, because when we go back to whatever we're going back to, I shouldn't even say go back, when we move forward into the future and like what's coming next, which we don't know what it is, I'm pretty sure you're not going to prioritize emptying out your garage then. So the biggest problem, and this is something I talk about a lot in my book, is like the idea of doing something is way harder than actually doing it. And that weighing on you thing that might be with you for hours, days, weeks, months, years, you wouldn't believe if you just started how much you could accomplish. And it's like, it's the starting that builds the momentum. So I'm gonna backstep a little bit and go into one of the big talking points in my work is about stuff isn't love. Okay, and what I mean by that is I've witnessed so many people who they make these things, material objects, so important, and I believe they are purchasing them because there's some unfulfillment in their life. This isn't for everybody. Some people, it might be food, it might be alcohol, it might be sex, it might be drugs. Like everyone's got their thing they go to do and escape. And I'm not going to make it wrong. I'm never going to say shopping is wrong or bad. But especially now, I'm really highlighted by the fact that we have never before been so, or I, at least I should say, never before have I been so aware of what, what it means to be in this consumer driven, and I shouldn't say environment, world. Like the idea that we had to choose the economy versus wellness is like, yeah, it's a problem. I don't know the solution of it, but what I am aware of is everything coming through your feed, and everything, I guess, on television is like, these are people who want you to spend money. And yes, we are going to need to get the economy back, but this is a great time for you to just start paying attention to like what you're being pulled out to buy. And if you can just in that moment, just inspect it. Just, why do I want this thing? What is this going to do for me? Where is it going to live? Do I have something like this already? And this is what I teach my clients, is a little series of questions to get you truly present and aware and in the moment. And that will snap you out of the automatic purchasing or the like, click right now. If you can just slow it down and just really think, because we are vulnerable right now. We've never been in a situation like this before. We've got anxiety coming in a million different directions. And for some people, what feels like soothing might be buying a bunch of stuff. And the reason I talk about this is I truly believe that the biggest source of clutter in our lives is just related to our shopping habits. We do have things come into our lives in many different ways. And there are things that we have control over and things that we think we don't have control over. But at the end of the day, you are the one, I'm pointing at my door, you're the one who has the power of letting things in and letting things out. And you have to make those choices. So what I want to talk about in terms of energy is, while I just caught the end of Ina and Julia talking about, Julia had said how she never studied feng shui, but she's very intuitive. And that's exactly how I am. Like, I know some stuff about feng shui. I don't utilize it in my work with my clients. I feel like that's for the experts. But I get feelings in spaces of like, you need to move the sofa this way, or you need to turn the table that way. And, seeing people's eyes light up of like, what a difference it made to like change the furniture. That's something I've been fascinated by since I was a child. I just thought it was magic to move the furniture around in my room, and then all of a sudden I had a new experience. And that's something else I think is great to do right now, because when you move furniture around in your home, first of all, it stirs up stagnant energy and like kind of gets it flowing. And similar again to what Ina was saying is like, open the window, let that stuff go out. But also it requires you to deal with the stuff that might have been behind or under the furniture, and, making new, it's good to kind of stir up that energy, just even if everything goes back to where it was. It's fun to change the furniture around and just make that just a project on the weekend to just see what happens with the space. And this stagnant energy that collects in people's homes, the primary suspected areas, as I just mentioned, garages. So we've got garages, attics, basements, any storage closet you have, and pretty much all of your closets, and sometimes drawers and cabinets, depending on how often you use them. And I would say the less you use these areas, like as a daily kind of interaction or weekly or monthly, I'm talking more about like the monthly interaction type of spaces, that's where you start. Because the philosophy on like dealing with your home is you want to go after the stuff that isn't a priority in your daily life. Because what you can do then is you clear out that space, and then things that are out in your personal space that can go live in your storage areas now. So this is something that when you can dedicate time to do that, which we do, most of us have time, and really go to a space of, I'm holding on to these things. Now, this might just be like going through those stagnant areas and categorizing what's in there. And you may find, because the whole like with like is the thing, you get all your like items together, it makes more sense in your home and in your brain of how to find those things. So this is something that when we can, like, again, I'm like looking over into my kitchen, like under the kitchen sink. That is a perfect area. You're not like there's no emotional attachment, hopefully, to anything under the kitchen sink. Okay, that's a tiny little project. That's something that shouldn't take you too long to do. It doesn't sound like fun, right? But I guarantee it's going to make you feel better, because what you'll do is you'll go in there, you're going to find some garbage. This is a point where I'll just drop in, please dispose of things properly. And I'm going to talk more about that later, but like, don't throw chemicals in the garbage. I'm going to tell you what to do with those. Don't throw toxic things in the garbage, but things that are literal garbage. And you're going to create some new energy under the kitchen sink that you may think, oh, well, this extra dishwasher detergent can now live under here. Or, you know, think of the thing you always have to run to get, right? That, you know, it might be some special cleaner you use now that maybe you're using different pots and pans that you have in the past because you're cooking more. So maybe you need something to attend to those items differently that you store somewhere else. So then now you've got a spot for that under the kitchen sink. And these are just little things, right? Like, find a small area and just see how it makes you feel, because this is a time where we're in change. And actually, I think this is probably a good time for me to read this one little bit from my book. What's funny about my book is I'm launching it this coming Wednesday, but it arrived early. It arrived on April Fool's Day, and but I still only have my manuscript because mine haven't arrived yet. So give me one sec to just read you this. Sometimes there are more complex energetic shifts in a room, usually following a change in our lives. Since we are constantly changing, did you hear that? We're constantly changing. Since we are constantly changing, there will always be certain times when our pattern of life is disrupted, such as starting a new exercise routine or diet, marriage or moving in together, change of job or starting to work from home, getting a pet, having a baby, empty nest, someone dies. I'm going to have to revise this and say pandemic. That would be another one. What all of these scenarios have in common is that your home now needs to evolve, inviting you to be in your home in a different way than you've ever been before. The choices you make must be based on where you're going, not where you were. These life changes are prime situations for clutter to either begin or grow. By not recognizing the consequences of change and not understanding these choices we have to make, we become stuck between worlds and the energy grows stagnant. So change, and this is actually, I meant to start this off with this whole talk with, I love change. I really, really do. And while it's uncertain and a little unnerving and scary, and I'm not going to pretend that I'm not scared right now. Like, I know there's some stuff going on, but I'm also really excited to see what's on the other side of this. And it's like, I'm already seeing so many beautiful things coming. So much beauty is coming out of this. And again, it's all about what you're choosing to focus on. And what I'm seeing is this is a perfect time for me to highlight to people, here's a change in our lives. It's so easy to see, so easy, because it's a big change. It's a big, dramatic world view change. Everything has shifted as everyone knows it before. Whether you are an essential worker, now you're working your ass off, or you're a small business who's now kind of sitting around wondering what's happening, or you're pivoting, or all these different things, it's easy to see it right now. But again, like, you know, I'm looking at this, like getting a pet. No one really thinks, okay, well, where am I going to store this? Or where am I going to put that? And where's this going to go? And where's that going to go? And then, you know, 6 months later, it's like these piles start because nothing was created on the onset of getting that pet to learn to make those evolved changes. And this is why, it's probably somewhere in this book, I talk about how I used to represent photographers. And they really didn't like to have to update their portfolios. And I always needed them to update their portfolios, so I had new, fresh material to show. And they didn't always, I shouldn't say they, some of them didn't always understand this idea. And they would say, when is my portfolio going to be done? And I was like, when you're dead, that's when it'll be done. Like, it's never going to be done. Like, it's the same with your home. You're never going to be done evolving and changing in your home. Now, many people act as if I'm just going to get to this point and I'm done. But the idea behind that is we are always evolving a little tiny bit. So let's look at children, right? We accept that a baby becomes a toddler, and the toddler becomes a child, and the child becomes a teen, and the teen becomes an adult. And then once we become an adult, we're like, we're done. But we're so not done. I'm not who I was when I was 20 or 30 or 40. I'm not any of those people anymore. And I can't live like I'm still that person. And, you know, we commend children for their benchmarks of growth. And I want my clients and people who are reading this book to really understand that you can choose this. You can choose to embrace the fact that we are changing and growing, rather than just being like, oh, well, that's only okay for kids, right? Like, why can't we celebrate benchmarks of growth by, I bought a treadmill, don't use it ever, but now I'm running 5 miles a day outside. Well, that's a benchmark of growth. Great. Don't look at the money you spent as this treadmill that's become like, you know, a clothes hanger or like a clutter magnet because it's not being used. And also get into the mindset of, isn't there someone who could benefit from having this treadmill? Isn't there someone who could actually give that treadmill life? And that's, again, going with like the idea of the energy that's in objects affects us. That treadmill that you're not using, that's pretty much, if you're not using it and you're not exercising, it's just going to make you feel bad about yourself. If you're not using it and you are running, it's going to make you feel bad that it's become this clutter magnet, or that you spent the money. You'll focus on the money that was spent on it. And we need to shift these. We need to shift and say, I bought the treadmill. It didn't work out. Let's move on. And you have to just accept it. And that's where what comes up in my work is this. And I'm so glad Ina was talking about money, because a lot of my work is really talking to people about their values and what they value based on their values. And I find that very fascinating, because there are people who will argue with me about, this is going to be worth money someday. Okay. Now, if they're an expert in that field and they've got it perfectly protected so that it's not going to age or patina or, you know, mold or whatever, I buy that. But if it's in a dusty pile in a dirty corner of a basement, no, I'm not going to buy that. I'm not going to believe it's going to be worth something someday. You can't buy into these like antiques roadshows and storage wars that you're going to find this amazing thing under the treasure trove of your crap, right? Like, that's not, it's a nice idea, but it's sort of the similar as like winning the lottery. I think it's far more rare than people understand. And it also comes down to, we have access to so many things now that the value of other stuff kind of comes down, because there's just so much. There's so much. And in talking about there being so much in the world, right? We've never been in a position to have such access all the time to anything we want. And what I've recognized again through this quarantine period is I got home on March 8th. And so grateful for that trip. It was wonderful. But what I recognized when I look at my Amazon orders prior to that trip versus now, oh my gosh, the frivolous, silly stuff I bought on a whim. And I'm pretty easy on the, like, I don't buy a lot of stuff, or I had an idea that I didn't buy a lot of stuff. And now when I look at the things that I've spent money on, and because I'm really attuned to the fact that I don't have a revenue stream right now, I have to really change my focus. And so I'm also grateful for that, because I want to be my word. I want to walk my talk. And this was sort of giving me perspective. I'm like, well, you brought a couple things in here that just really are a waste. And that's the thing. When you can take what you have going on in your home right now, and before I go further, I just want to say, if you've got 5 people in your house, you need to stay in your own lane. You focus on your stuff only. This is not a time to force anyone in your home to get rid of stuff, to organize it differently, to do it. Like, you are not the order police. You are just being an example of someone who's learning to take care of their stuff. And that is the best way to inspire other people to do the same. The other point I would say is to collaborate and just say, hey, I've been thinking about, while we're home, let's try and create some order. Do you want to do it together? And your significant other might be like, nah. And you know what? It's fine. You don't need permission to just start creating some order in your life. And like I said, it could be your closet. It could be your bathroom cabinet. It could be your drawer on your nightstand. It could just be a little space, and just see how that feels to kind of stir it up and see what's in there. You'll be surprised at what you're going to find. There's going to be a lot of, oh, that's where that was. And, oh, I've been looking for that. And, oh, I have 5 of these now. So it's this awareness is what we're looking to build. We're looking to have an awareness of how we feel when our surfaces are cluttered versus clearing them off. And that's a great exercise too. You just get a box or a bag or something and find a cluttery area. And I'm talking kitchen countertop, dining room table, side table, entryway table, desk, anything like that, okay? Pick one, that's your space, and take everything off of it. You can even put it just on the floor, depending on the volume of things you have, but just clear it so there's nothing on that space anymore. And what you do is, again, look at it like it's so easy right now. What is essential right now for that surface, for you to do what you need to do on that surface? And what it used to be, like pre-virus days, it may have had a different function, or you might have needed to utilize it in a different way, or it might have just been a dead space that now has to be reinvigorated because maybe 3 people are working from home now. So what then happens is nothing else is going to go back on this surface except for the things that need to be there to accomplish the tasks at that time. Now, don't get all like, oh, what happens with all the other stuff? So what's going to happen with the other stuff is you're just going to sort it. You can sit on the floor and sort it. And just put your like items with your like items. Have your little garbage bag for actual garbage. Have a bag for papers. Have a bag for donations. We're going to talk about that in a second. And then just kind of see how it feels. And this too, please take your photo before you do it, and then take a photo after, because even later, when you just can remind yourself and look at the before and after, you're going to feel it. You will feel a change. It's lighter. It's lighter. And that's something that we all need right now, is to find ways to lighten up. How can we lighten up? How can we just like give ourselves a little levity, a little clarity, a little just ease? And I also want to point out, those of you, I'm assuming if you're watching this, you're interested, but don't feel pressured that this is the time to do everything. If you're just overwhelmed, or you've got sick family, or you've dealt with death, or you lost your job, like, you need to grieve, and grieving is not the time to be doing any of this kind of work. If you are in full-on grief or in full-on anxiety, you need to chill, and you will be able to do this when you're ready. But if you are feeling like you're going a little stir crazy, you got a little cabin fever, and you're ready to kind of like get some stuff done, then these are some of the things that you can really start working on and get yourself there. So I mentioned donations a few times because this is something that, with my book coming out, and understand, I wrote this book in 2018. I started, or actually the end of 2017, not too long after I met Julia, actually. And I wrote it in 4 months, and then it took me 2 years to edit it. And I wanted this thing done a year ago. I just so wanted it done last year, and like how the universe sabotaged me, and not in a negative way, but like really stopped me. I recognize now, because this is when the book needed to come out. This is the perfect time. But in my book, I talk a lot about donating. And so now what are we going to do about donations? Until we know what's going on further, and because if you are starting to let go of things now, you're finally ready to do it. Because like when I saw in Ina's thing, one of the questions someone had, like, I'm feeling the need to clear space. So whoever that woman was, if you're still watching, I'm all about, if you want to clear that space and bring new stuff in and new energy in, go for it. But just really, we're not using the garbage as a means to clear our space. If this is a perfectly good item, something that normally would have been donated, or something that's toxic that really should not be in the garbage. And my book's launching on Earth Day. I'm really much about the environment, and this is why I talk about these things. But when we come to donations, I'm trying to brainstorm. So I'm going to keep sharing what I come up with in the world of donating at this time. But going back to saying, if you are living in a cluttery space, or you have a cluttery area like a garage or an attic, you can still organize that space and put your donations in bags and leave them up there. It's okay. You won't die. It's like you will still make progress, but you're going to have to set an area just for the donations. And then you're going to deal with that later. One of the things I talked about on another show I did a couple days ago is Craigslist has always had a curb alert category. And that's something where you put something out on the street corner or wherever you live, and you can say, curb alert, I've left a fully functioning microwave and I don't know, hand mixer at this address. And you don't have to put your address, but you could say at the corner of these two streets or whatever. You don't have to say who you are. It can remain pretty anonymous, but it's so people know there's stuff to go get and they can go get it. And with, all of us not really certain how these germs are transmitted right now and how the virus is spreading, I think it's okay to do this for two reasons. Because I think you can, firstly, you can let people know that you wiped it down, and then they can wipe it down, but they can also just let it sit for like a week. And I'm pretty sure from most of the stuff I've seen, like after so many days, that virus does not live on surfaces. So that's something that I think would be really great. And in light of what's happening now with the economy, there are going to be millions of people who have lost jobs or now like are already at a low income status and like falling further down. So my feeling is it is going to be more important than ever to donate. And how are we going to get those two worlds connected? That's something that was a project I kind of had a seed of that idea back in 2016. And it was a little overwhelming, but I liked the idea of all of my clients who had perfectly good, amazing, wonderful things to get rid of. And, it was ultimately they had to pay to get rid of that stuff, get it removed from their house. And versus, could I get someone to pick that stuff up, store it in a storage facility, and then at certain times we have people who are, going from homeless or from halfway house into their first home, or people who are just, they can demonstrate that they have need and they do not have the income to buy things, and they come and they can take, kitchen towels or sheets or dishes or whatever that could benefit them. And the idea of that is so beautiful. I don't know that I have it in me right now to wrap my head around creating a nonprofit. So I'm going to keep talking about it because maybe someone else will do it. But I think it's a beautiful idea. And I think it would be something, it could be done all over, everywhere. People could do it for themselves and get a collective of people together and figure that out. So that's something I really believe, that the idea of people seeking to make money from the stuff they're getting rid of is just an exercise in futility. It's whether you're trying to sell it on eBay or have a garage sale, the amount of effort you need to put into that is like you're going to be making $2 an hour by the time you get paid $40 for this thing that you had to photograph and post online and ship and all these things. Like I make that sound easy. That's like a 12-step process that's going to take hours and hours and hours. It's not worth the $40 unless you're an extremely experienced person on eBay or Craigslist or wherever people are selling things. So with that, I want you to just start looking through your home just as like, what's here that could benefit someone? What's here that like would change someone's life that I don't care about? And I think looking through that lens of generosity, especially now that I feel like humanity is like at an all-time high and we really have the ability to change people's lives. You know, I don't know much about like, I think Facebook has some like swap thing or, you know, you could just start a community online and be like, who wants to do, you know, plan a day where we're all going to like clear out our garages, right? Like this idea of accountability. And then you guys could strategize. Like I saw someone on Facebook posted something in one of our groups. Like I have, they had old carbon monoxide things, a couple of them in a box. And then I saw someone was like, oh, I'll take them. So like, that's the thing. And then they made an exchange of like, oh, I'll leave it at the end of my driveway and then someone's going to come and pick it up. And like, so there are ways we can do this. And again, in normal life, or what we thought was normal life, that seemed really tedious, and it is. And that's why I'm much more about like, get your donations out, get your donations to the right places. But for now, if you want to piecemeal out some like bigger things like a treadmill or exercise bike or whatever you feel like is just collecting dust in your home that you know someone else would give life to, it's a really interesting perspective because this to me, you know, people are like, oh, it's a pair of scissors. But unused, these have no life. What's the point if they're not being used? So if you're not using them, who could use them? And that's where it's less about mine and it's more about this thing needs to be of service. This thing needs to have a life too. So that I want to offer that because I think it lets people ease up on the I need it and that lack mentality of like, what if I need it someday or and like, oh, I paid so much money for this. I want for everything you find in your home that's like, I want to challenge you for the things that feel like, but I spent good money on this. And that might be the thing you bought at a sample sale because it was $5 but it's some designer amazing thing, but it looks like crap on you. But holding on to that because you spent money on it makes no sense. So you want to get that into the hands of someone else. And what you've paid for is the experience. And so the next time you have the opportunity to buy the cheap item on sale that doesn't fit right or you're never going to wear, you're going to remember the pinch of having to give away something that you did this for. So we're building these muscle memory in a sense of, oh, last time I did that, it didn't work out so well. So let me think about this. And it's also the idea of back to, you know, if we compare this to something like dating, you don't bring everyone home to mom. And you don't bring everyone home either. And so when you see that thing in the store or you see that thing online, flirt with it a little bit. Think about it a little bit. Think about how it might work in your life. You don't have to make the reaction choice and purchase right now. Let me read this other part. It's just the end of this chapter. Reevaluating your space and how you utilize and live in it is expected to be an ongoing part of your life. By not doing so, you'll hold on to things that become lifeless and fill your home with dormant energy in the form of clutter. Remember, you are a continual work in progress. If you welcome that growth with curiosity and conversation instead of frustration, new worlds open up. By focusing on what you need, energy flows in the direction of your desires. It's the most remarkable way to get to transform your home and your life. And so this is a time to really be grateful that you've got this pause where you can just sort of look around and be like, does this space represent who I am? Is this how I expected to be living? Is this how I imagined I would, have my home? And you know what? 5 years ago, that might have been like, yeah. But today it might be different, and it doesn't make you wrong. I think a lot of people just go right to, it's a bad thing. And it's not. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to be like, well, who am I now? Who do I want to be? How do I want to live? What are my expectations? And I'll challenge you here to not make this about money. I met a woman who was actually a hospice, lovely woman who, just before my grandmother died, she would come and sit with my grandmother and overnight. And she was such a fascinating woman. And she told us how she got her dream home. And she's like, I had no money. I saw this house. I knocked on the door. I said, I don't have the money, but I want your home. And they were like, wow, we were actually going to put it on the market. And it turned out, I don't remember the exact story, but she did end up starting to rent it from them. And then ultimately she was able to, some sort of monetary shift happened in her life. And then she ended up becoming the owner of that home. So I don't believe in the idea of let me amass all my money and then I'll figure out who I want to be. I think it's more about when you can focus on your idea of who you are in this world and what you're about and how that you want to reflect that in your home, you can start doing that. And that might mean letting go of things from your past that really don't measure up today. And that's fine. And you may not be able to bring in all of the things that you want right now, but you can make a collection of photos of the things you love. I mean, vision boards are another great way of doing that. We have a million different ways to become inspired. And I think that's something that once we know, I think I find a lot of my clients don't even know. They just don't know. But because I give them this questionnaire, that they have to tell me what their style is, what colors they love, where they like to travel to, what was their dream home feel like, what are the emotions associated with that, gets them in a headspace, and then that helps me bring that to life. So I'm on board to help anyone with their dream. I mean, that's what I love about the work that I do. And I think in this time where things feel chaotic and strange, you can create calm in your home. The title of this, of Love the Home You're In, there's a way, if you're like, I hate this place, I can't wait to get out of here, you have to give it love right now. Because there's that whole idea of like, things will be better when, things will be better when. Things will be better right now if you can find a way to love where you are. And then when you love where you are, you can then go to the next place. It's like you have to bring up that energy in order to match up with where you want to be. You can't drag down what you want. You're not going to drag down the beautiful life you want into where you are now. You have to rise up to it. So as you make these changes and as you like create an awareness and as you allow yourself to start letting go of who you were and recognize that you were someone else a year ago, you were someone else 2 months ago. We all were. I mean, now it's like, again, we don't know where we're going. And that's why I wouldn't make any big decisions, but you can make visions. You can make plans. You can have fantasies and desires. And I think all of that, putting your energy there right now, rather than checking the news and checking Facebook and looking for what's wrong and looking for the complaints and looking for all of that stuff. And this is why I'm so grateful for Julia and Mickey for doing this work for us and giving us this platform to help people is, look for the high side, look for the upside. And this is not to say you can't crumple in a ball and cry. I'm all about that too. We need the release, we need the emotion, and don't make yourself wrong when you're down. But when you have a moment to choose between obsessing over news or talking to the person who's bringing you down or looking at the pile and feeling like, I don't want to deal with it, I don't want to deal with it, like just take action. take one step and move into that direction. So I'm going to look quickly at this. I want to bring Julia back on because I love her and I want to chat a little bit more with her. There you are, honey. I think, did I get everything? Yeah, I think I got all my little stuff. Unless you think I forgot anything.
I think it's just so much like food for thoughts, food for soul, food for consciousness. I know that you can give and give and give more, and the depth of which you can go is like limitless almost. But I've got a lot. New energy under the kitchen sink, man, that's powerful. It's just you should copyright that phrase.
Okay, I'll write that down.
I had no idea about curb alert. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, I don't even know why I know about it. I've never used it, but it's stuck in my head. Maybe I used it when I moved in here, and that's like 13 years ago. So, but I should check before I keep talking about it. But again, we have Facebook now. It's the same sort of thing where you'd be like, hey, anyone in this area, I've got this out to go. So, be creative. And I think there are a lot of different ways. And if you live in a big building, same difference. You can, I'm sure you can put a poster up downstairs and say, I've got stuff I'm getting rid of if anyone wants it.
Yeah, I love that. I just did that with that shelf that I moved out. I put the note on the Facebook that you guys, whoever wants it, and there were so many people who wanted it, and whoever got it was so happy. So it made me feel really happy.
It's like, that's the idea, right? Like, I've worked with people who, when I say, let's donate stuff, they're like, me. But if it's like, oh, I have a friend who has a thing and needs this kind of thing, they're like, oh, take it. Like, people want to know their stuff is going to be used. And I think that's why we can start coming up with really great ideas. And again, talking about all these people who are going to need stuff. Like, there's going to be so much need, much need. And we've got to find new ways of connecting all of our crap that has no life and giving it new life with people who can just have a better existence.
Yes, and the holding to things that become things, holding to things that become things that become lifeless. Oh my God, like, imagine if we reassess the lifeless that we surround ourselves with, and transforming it, substituting it, giving it new life, and substituting it or creating space for things where the life could exist.
Exactly. Well, and that's the whole thing, right? That's the one thing I didn't talk about. So there's this, I can't remember what it's called in like the art world, but it's nature abhors a vacuum. So the idea, meaning that's why shelves get so junky at times. If you're not really meticulous about your shelves, they just become a catch-all. And it's just like, when we have space, we want to fill it. Like, it's just the way it goes. So it takes some discipline to learn that. And I explain a lot of that in my book of like how to make that stuff happen. But it's really this idea of, when you have empty space, you invite in new energy. And why not invite in what you want rather than having that placeholder with something that does not offer the same kind of life?
Oh my God, it's gold. This is all gold, and it's a lot of it. It's kind of like, it's so delicate in a way, and Smith's delivery is very like smooth and delicate. But if you dig deeper on every single like thing that she said, we can really change the environment. And again, the change starts within. The change starts with what we surround ourselves with. The collective consciousness begins like right here.
It does. And the one thing about launching this book, the book on Earth Day, was really because I want, and now it's very easy to see again, the idea behind it was, the Earth doesn't need saving.
That's right.
We need saving. And it's sort of like this idea of save yourself. And the way you save yourself is get your home feeling really good. It's a part of self-care. It's like really a nurturing thing to do for yourself. And the same way you might not think it's great to eat vegetables, it's really good for you. So it's the same way. Keeping order in your home is like eating your vegetables or flossing your teeth. It's not fun necessarily, but it's something that will just vastly improve your life. And when people complain about the time it takes to do, I say you'll do it once, and then upkeep is simple. It's so easy to make change when you know everything you have and where everything lives.
So brilliant. It's
I
brilliant.
didn't even look to see if there were questions, and I know we're like 2 minutes away. Do you have questions?
And I just want you to also, before you go, and you can answer the questions, but I want you to tell people how they can contact you. How can they order your book? Because I can't wait to get my copy. Or what is it that they can, where's the continuation of this beautiful introduction to this beautiful person, Smith?
Well, I will share that on Wednesday, I'm teaching another class, and it's free, and it's through a cloud, like it's called the Cloud Reimagined Bubble Up. They're hosting it, and everyone's going to get 100 free gigs of online storage, and then I'm actually going to teach a class of how to use this cloud because it's amazing. So that what's great is like you'll get these gigs, and even if you can't do it, it's Wednesday at 1 p.m. If you sign up, you will still be able to watch it in the future. It'll be a little different than my talk today. I can't even remember what the topic is, but I can drop that. I don't know. Can I drop links in here? Where are you?
You can totally drop links here, but also there's this place where your event is. So do it in both places. People can easily find you, please. And also that cloud, it's totally aligned with creating space.
It is like virtual space, right? Like, and that's why I got involved with them, because it's like my next frontier is my digital organization, which obviously is super important now. So my website is clearspacenyc.com. You could sign up for my newsletter there. You could contact me with a phone call. I've said to people, even if you want to just talk to me about like, you're just full of anxiety, just about life, I'm here to talk. I'm helping as many people as I can. I do daily Facebook Lives on my personal Facebook page, Smith Banfield. And my book, I will drop that link too. We are raffling off a book, folks. So get your names in. And the book is paperback, hardcover, and ebook. So those tree hugger friends, you should get that ebook and you'll have it right away. Those of you who want a real book, it is a 2 to 3 week delivery because of everything that's going on. It is a lesser prioritized item, but yeah, get your books because there's a lot of info in there for sure.
Been fun. Yep. And your Instagram?
Instagram is Create Clear Space.
Beautiful.
Yes. So exciting.
So let's just see really quickly if we have any questions. Let me see. Hold on one second. I adore Smith Metallurgy. I don't know who that person is. Guys,
yeah, I see that now, Facebook user. So I guess, I don't know.
Guys, whoever, like there's a little link. We're going to do this reminder all the time. There's a little link right above this video that asks you to give permission to StreamYard to see your profile or comments. So please say yes to it. It's not a scam. It's all good. That way we can see you. It's safe. And
that's great.
Just tell people about your raffle real quick. What are you raffling today? Because we are doing it for you, but just what's your gift to today?
It's my book. Yeah.
I want it. Amazing. So potentially you can win the book if you put yeah.
And I was trying to figure out, I mean, if someone wins the book and they want it right away, I mean, maybe they could just order the ebook so they get it instantly, and then I'll PayPal them or Venmo them the cost of that. I don't know. Like, we'll figure out a way to do that. Because I don't know the best solution. So we'll see who wins, and then we'll figure it out.
Lynn says, I want the book for sure, that you're speaking her language.
Oh, thank you, Lynn.
Beautiful comments. I adore Smith. Yes. So I think this was wonderful. Thank you for being part of the
Thank you.
project.
I can't even, I don't know how, I still don't know how you and Mickey did this. And I am so grateful because you've done a beautiful job. It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
1 second, I have to bring Mickey here. She needs to be on stage for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mickey, amazing. You guys have just, it's been so super professional, all the correspondence and even setting it was super easy. And like, I really appreciate what you guys did to make this happen. So good job, ladies. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
It means a lot to us, and we found each other. We're a great team, and when the right people come together, magic happens. And I think it's just magic happening, and you're watching magic in the progress, and we just enjoying it.
I actually, you know, just so it doesn't go unsaid, this is one of your pieces. It's on a chain because I broke my old chain, but you know, this is, I don't know if anyone can see.
Inner Flame Collection.
So beautiful. Oh, it turned. It is hard to do this, Mickey. Mickey, I laughed so hard. I laughed so hard about your putting your face mask.
Oh yeah.
And also I've got this.
Oh,
Where are we? There we are. Stick together. I love this one.
Thank you for, guys. You're amazing. Thank you for having Untamed Hearts next to you.
Always, always. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch now. I haven't really had time to watch. Yeah. I'm happy to keep seeing all the beautiful stuff you have coming. So again, thank you so much. You're wonderful.
Thank you, Smith. So get to the comments and talk to people now. Yeah. Okay. See you later. Yes. Okay. I'm going to say, Mickey, I'm going to see you later. And right now, I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Laura, who is, I met, so I like to do personal introduction because I can and because I believe it gives you more of understanding who this person in front of you is. I met Dr. Laura personally. We met in the eWomen's Network. Not eWomen's, but another network that crosses over with eWomen's Network first. But then I really connected her as someone who helped me understand what is happening with my body, externally, internally, and what to do, how to eat, what kind of supplements I may need. So, and she did it in a way that I've never seen anybody do it before. She broke it down and she was listening. Like, this woman knows how to listen. She was listening and listening and listening and taking some notes. And then she just reproduced everything in such a perfect, like, connected chain that it's easy to follow. It becomes easy to follow. It's easy to take it in and make it part of your life. She's not one of those doctors who just looking at the watch. She spends with people a long time to make sure they're well taken care of. So this person is compassion, heart, kindness, care, and she really knows what she's talking about. That's from me. And now I'm going to share with you a little bit more of official information. So Dr. Laura is a founder of Eagle Rock Nutrition, and it's an integrative health practice. She's providing dietary and lifestyle guidance for disease prevention and health maintenance. Totally, that's exactly what I got. Her core competences include body composition, analysis using bioelectrical impedance. Impedance. Thank you. I butchered that word.
And go ahead. You're good.
And she blood testing to access micronutrient activity, food sensitivity, and COVID-19 antibody testing. I know it's something new. I will not say any words. Dr. Laura will talk to you about that. But all of that information is very important. So you guys enjoy, and you'll get a lot of value here. The stage is yours, Dr. Laura.
Okay, great. Thank you, Julia and Mickey. It's such an honor to be part of this mission and this weekend. So my name is Dr. Laura Rockos. I'm the owner of Eagle Rock Nutrition. So basically, I'm a nutritionist. I'm also a fitness instructor at the local YMCAs, and we're on hiatus for the moment, so I hope everybody's still exercising. But a little bit about my background. I'm a former pharmacologist, so I spent almost 3 decades doing drug discovery and development for big pharmaceutical companies and for biotech companies. But I'm also a food scientist. I have all my degrees, and my PhD is in food science, and I really never had the opportunity to explore what I know about food as a realm of, as a modality for disease prevention. And so I did a little soul searching and some research, and decided that, maybe drug discovery and development really wasn't going to be my wheelhouse for the rest of my life. So I traveled all over the country. I went to symposia, conferences, met lots of smart people, made appointments with people that I thought were movers and shakers in the field of integrative healthcare. And I came up with a platform which has served me very well for the last 5 years. So I have a healthcare practice. I'm sitting in my office right now. It's right down the street from where I live. I'm the only person that's in the building, so don't worry, I'm not exposed to other people. I do come in here because I'm also a professor. So I teach at Rutgers University and I teach at Stevens Institute. And because all my classes are online, I need a quiet space to teach my classes, and this is where I come. So today I'm going to share a little bit about what I've been teaching to my students at Rutgers by way of how this COVID-19 pandemic is affecting our health. So one of the classes that I teach is called Nutrigenomics. And that's how your lifestyle and your diet impacts your genes, the way your genes are expressed. So I do have a little bit of a presentation, although I don't need to share my screen, but I can share my screen. So Julia, if I hit this share screen button, can people see the very short slide deck? So I'm going to hit this button. And if it works, we'll just keep moving forward. And if not, it's perfectly fine. So I'm going to share my screen and see if this is going to work for us. So I'm going to hit your entire screen, application window. I'll do application window, and I'm going to do this. Yes, share that. All right. Great, so let me, okay, everyone can see and hear you, and I believe you can see perfect. Yes, this is exactly what I want you to see. All right, so this is just an introductory slide. I just want people to understand that human history has shown us that pandemics and famines and global events for hundreds of years now, not that many hundred, maybe like the last 200 years, all right? Pandemics and famines and other global events have altered the way our genes are expressed. And I just wanted to make you aware of the way you've changed your behavior in response to this pandemic and how it's going to impact your genes. So let me see if I can move to the next slide. Let's see if that works. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to come to here. I'll have to go here. And if I go into presentation mode, let's see if going into presentation mode works. All right, so hopefully you can see this, but I know you can see me. So even if you can't see my slide, I'm perfectly fine describing describing the effects of this pandemic on your genes in the absence of my slides, but I'm pretty sure that you can see them. So, we've known for a long time that there are, global events such as the Dutch famine of 1944. All right, and what we learned about this and other kinds of global events is that babies that were conceived during this time, so they were conceived during a time when there was not a lot of food. So the behavior change was eating in soup kitchens and just, not eating a lot. all right? And then the famine is over, and then the child is born into a much different environment. So you're born during, a global event, and then things improve, and now you're, during your formative years, you're, eating a lot more than what you were exposed to in utero. So we know that things like this have altered the way human genes have been expressed over the decades. And we found that the babies that were conceived during the famine later in life, much later in life, had increased rates of obesity, heart disease, and diabetes. So these are the babies that were conceived during the famine. All right. So because of that and other similar events, we have learned that your genes really are, so the sequence of your DNA will never change. You're born with a DNA sequence, and that is immutable. But what is a variable is the way you behave that turns those genes on and off. And that is called your epigenome. So that is basically the way your genes are modified that turns them on and off. And those modifications are inherited from one generation to the next. And something that has a profound impact on your epigenome is certainly your diet, your culture, your lifestyle, everything, the air you breathe, how you live, how you respond to stress. That will then drive the expression of those genes. All right, so let me give you some other examples of like how our genes have evolved. All right, so many women are familiar with morning sickness. All right, morning sickness is an evolutionary adaptation. All right, so it prevents you from overeating during pregnancy. And the reason why you don't want to be overeating when you're pregnant is because our bodies are designed for famine. They're really not designed for food abundance. We've only had like food abundance since, say, 1940, but our bodies have experienced famine since the beginning of mankind. So you don't want to be eating a lot, in utero. You don't want the mom to be eating a lot in utero only for you to be born into food scarcity, which is what humankind know. Right now we have food abundance, and our bodies haven't adapted to food abundance. So morning sickness is an adaptation to famine. All right, so doesn't really serve us very well today, but that's one of the reasons why we have morning sickness. All right, another example is our skin color. All right, so we started out as apes that had a lot of hair. All right, but then as we evolved to become human, right, we lost that hair. All right. And of course, mankind started out, in Africa where it's very hot and sunny. So we lost the hair, all right, because it's hot. We lost the hair, all right. So, but because it's hot and sunny in the equatorial regions, right, the skin dark. So we lose the hair, the skin darkens so that you don't get sunburn from the sun. Right? But then as we evolved further and moved into European areas, right, where there's less sun, the sun lightened, the skin lightened. So why did your skin lighten? Right? Your skin lightens because you need vitamin D from the sun. And even though I'm calling it a vitamin D really isn't a vitamin. It's a hormone that your body makes, right? And you get it from the sun. But because we don't spend enough time outside, people that live in northeastern areas of the world where there's less sun, because we don't get enough sun, right, it became a vitamin, which is a vitamin is a word for something that you need in your diet. So something that we didn't need to include in our diet because we had plenty of sun became a vitamin because we're not getting enough sun. So that skin lightening, so that was the skin lightening so that you get more sun, like the lighter that your skin, the more vitamin D you get from the sun. So that skin lightening is an adaptation, all right? So that was an evolutionary adaptation where your genes have changed profoundly in response to that. Another example, and I'm sorry that there's some writing over this slide. I don't know how that happened, but I guess I'll fix that if I share this with anyone. All right, a third example that you can relate to, I think, is lactose intolerance. All right, so lactose is the sugar that's found in milk, right? And so drinking milk was really important in human evolution because there was a time when we really didn't have sterile water. So getting milk from cows, right, was a way that we could find like a sterile water supply. And in the process, the milk just also happened to have calcium. Cows don't make vitamin D, by the way. That's something that we add to the milk, but it certainly has a lot of calcium, and also protein. And so between the calcium and the protein, this provided an evolutionary adaptation. But as we've evolved and sterile water is no longer a problem. The milk was also a great source of calories. We had more access to food. We no longer needed, humans no longer needed milk. And so the enzyme that you need to digest the lactose found in milk, that's called lactase. And so about 70% of the world's population eventually loses this lactase as they're done, weaning from their mother, when they're done growing, when the need for, calcium and protein is no longer important, we lose this ability to digest lactose. And 70% of the world's population no longer have that lactase. However, if you are one of the lucky few that has no problem drinking milk, it is because you actually have a mutation that causes lactase permanence. So the loss of lactase is an evolutionary change that came into being as a result of our behavior. And then this lactase permanence just happens. So if you can drink milk and eat cheese and drink ice cream and not have a problem, although ice cream really doesn't have a lot of milk in it anymore. It's mostly sugar, but that's another topic. But if you can consume all these dairy products without getting gassy and bloated, it's because you have a mutation that causes lactase permanence. All right, and then the fourth example is wisdom teeth. All right, so because we're not eating raw meat anymore, we no longer need our wisdom teeth. And so as our diets became more plant-based, the utility of those teeth has really become outmoded. And as a matter of fact, this is so funny, I have to share this anecdote with you. One day my daughter called from school and she said she has really bad jaw pain and headache. And so she had to go. So I made her go to the health center at school, and they told her, "Oh, it must be your wisdom teeth." So when she came home, I made an appointment with the dentist to go take a look at her wisdom teeth. So he did the X-rays, and he's looking at her mouth, and it's already after he's like looking at her for 15 minutes. Like he already knows what's going on, but he's not going to tell me because he wants like the suspense. And he looks at me and says, "She doesn't have any wisdom teeth." So the pain was from something else, but my kids like actually don't have 4 wisdom teeth. So my daughter doesn't have any wisdom teeth and my son doesn't really have all of them. So this is a really interesting example of how our behavior has altered gene expression in a way that, we, no longer need the utility of the wisdom teeth that are in the back of your mouth. All right, so these are evolutionary examples. And now the next slide, I'm going to show you how that happens. All right, I know this is a little sciencey, so I'm really sorry for being sciencey. All right, so what you're looking at is a little cartoon diagram of your DNA. All right, and your DNA is a helix. Everybody knows what a helix looks like. So it's a helix. And so what's happening with these like behavior changes, your diet and what you're eating, what you're doing, what you're drinking, all those things are chemically modifying your genes. The sequence doesn't change, but the chemical modifications are like marks. They're like marking your genes as a signal to be silenced or to be expressed. So examples of that are like these methyl groups. And I promise not to be sciencey here, but the methylation is an example of turning genes off. And you get those methyl groups from specific nutrients in your food. And we're going to talk about those nutrients in a minute. And then if you look at the bottom of the screen, you see these little balls of little like beach balls. So notice that the beach balls are sitting down on the DNA. So when the beach balls are sitting down, the genes that they're sitting on can't be expressed. But then from the food that you're eating and some other things that you might be doing, notice that the ball has those little squiggly lines. So the squiggly lines are tails. And when you tickle the tails with certain nutrients, all right, they bounce off. And when the balls bounce off, then you can express the genes that are sitting underneath the ball. All right, so that's what's actually happening. So during that Dutch famine and those 4 evolutionary adaptations, it's these things that are happening. And these little marks, we call it DNA imprinting, are inherited from generation to generation. All right, so what are some of the foods that have a strong impact on those chemical marks? So I'm not going to talk about all the foods because that's an entire lecture in and of itself, but I'm just going to talk about a couple of examples that I thought would appeal to you. So there's SIRT foods. SIRT is short for sirtuin. And so foods that have a lot of sirtuins are olives and olive oil, red wine, chocolate, coffee, tea, berries, all things that you love. Maybe you don't really include these regularly in your diet, but you should, because these sirtuins change your gene expression to promote longevity, to reduce signs and symptoms of aging. So you definitely want to have these things in your diet. So maybe like you should just be making a mental note, like, well, if I'm stuck here at home, what are the sorts of things that I should be thinking about including in my diet so that I am making, the best of a challenging situation? All right, another example are just really trying to focus on eating more things from plants. So plants are good for you for a variety of things, but they have a class of compounds called flavonoids. And flavonoids are found in grapes, in cabbage, in coffee beans, in soybeans, and I can have I have a long discussion on soybeans, but I'll save that for another day. Apples and berries, so all things. So what are some of the benefits of these flavonoids? They turn your genes on and off in a way that makes your heart function better, that makes you think better, reduces urinary tract infections. So while we're on that topic of infection, all right, you want to have lots of, so these foods also have antioxidants, and some flavonoids function as antioxidants. When you have antioxidants found in large supply from berries, when you have lots of antioxidants in your diet, you're going to have, better integrity of your DNA, better integrity of the proteins that are the workhorses of your body, and less oxidation of lipids that cause atherosclerosis, hardening of the arteries, and subsequently heart disease. And then another example is starch. So everybody thinks that starch is really bad, but it's actually not quite bad. All right, starch feeds the bacteria in your digestive tract. But what kind of starch? What's the kind of starch that I want you to have? It's called resistant starch. Resistant starch, it's called resistant because it resists digestion, all right? As it's traveling, you're eating this food, it's traveling down your esophagus, going into the stomach, through the small intestine, and then subsequently to your large intestine. It's resistant because it resists digestion in the early part of your digestive tract and is digested by the bacteria that live in your large intestine, specifically in the colon. And when you feed the bacteria in your colon, they take really good care of you, because the bacteria that live in your gut, I'm going to call it, those bacteria, they run the show. They ensure the integrity of the lining of your digestive tract. They help to digest the fiber from the healthy food that you're eating. They produce their own sets of nutrients for you. So even if you don't have a great diet, if you're at least eating a few foods that they like, they will produce some nutrients, not a lot, some nutrients for you. They support your immune system, and I really want you to have a strong immune system right now. So having really good gut health at this point in time, the bacteria that live there, they turn your immune system on and they turn your immune system off so that you can respond when your body is exposed to a bacteria or a virus. The healthy bacteria that live in your digestive tract, they're going to make sure that your immune system is activated, is turned on. So very important point right now. Some other things that those bacteria do is they help regulate the hormones that regulate your appetite and the hormones that regulate how you feel. So 90% of serotonin, which is your feel-good hormone, is produced in your digestive tract. So when you're feeding the bacteria things like resistant starch that comes from corn, that comes from potatoes, that comes from legumes, that comes from green bananas, not speckled and yellow. They have to be sort of unripened. When they're really unripened, you can't eat them, but you don't want to wait until they're super soft. Right? And the other thing about potatoes is that when you bake a potato or boil a potato and let it get cold, the starch becomes more resistant. So cold potatoes, like potato salad, so really good for your digestive tract, feeding the good bacteria in your digestive tract so that you have a strong immune system. All right, so here is just an example just to show you how your diet impacts your genes. So what you're looking at are several generations. So starting from the left-hand side of this picture, if you can see my screen, all right, you're looking at the grandmother. So the grandmother who theoretically does not have a healthy diet, not eating that resistant starch, the flavonoids, the certain foods, just eating a lot of processed foods that are very limited in nutrients. All right, so this is going to impact her epigenome. This is going to create the kinds of marks that lead to expression of the genes that you don't want and the lack of expression of genes that you do want. All right, so this epigenome is going to be passed down to the daughter, who will then subsequently, if the daughter does not change her diet, those genes will be passed on to the granddaughter. All right, and so now you have 3 unhealthy generations. But I do want to say this. So while there are many factors that impact the epigenome, the diet is the one behavior that can have the easiest impact. It's the easiest way to change your epigenome for good or for bad, so that the daughter that inherited not such a great epigenome from the mom, if she really knocks it out of the park with a much improved diet, she can now ensure that the health of her subsequent generation, her daughter, is going to be much improved. All right, so while we're like in the throes of this pandemic, there are certain things that we should be aware of. All right, certainly the behaviors that we have now are definitely changing our gene expression. We are now eating at home. We're not going outside. We're exercising less. We may be exercising in a different way. So Smith was talking about getting rid of the treadmill that you don't use. I've had my treadmill since my daughter is born and she's 20, and I use my treadmill, and I use my treadmill today, and it came in quite handy. All right, you know, there's a lot of behavior changes, even these subtle behavior changes that we're making, the working from home, the sitting at our desks for prolonged periods of time. One thing that I've noticed with my patient population is that people are not turning themselves off. They're working till 10 o'clock at night when normally they'd be stopping at 6 o'clock. If they're in the office, stopping at 6 and going home. So the routine is totally different. So I want you to know that there's lots of information that shows how exercise changes gene expression. And here's just 2 examples that I thought you'd find provocative. All right, so exercise increases expression of protein genes. So proteins are used to build muscle. So when you exercise, you express more of the genes that help you make protein that ultimately become muscle. And so not only are you making more protein, but exercise increases gene expression of products that are used to develop muscle. All right, so that makes perfect sense. And this is a really good example of how our genes are being impacted by exercise. Now, the other thing harkens back to the resistant starch and feeding your gut. All right, so when you feed the bacteria in your gut, you're supporting your immune system. So right now, if you want your immune system to be as strong as it can possibly be, please really focus on feeding the bacteria in your digestive tract. There is lots of epigenomic data. So when I give specifically a gut health lecture to my nutrigenomics students, I bring in a good friend. Her name is Rhonda Whitwer, and she is a great resistant starch gut health expert. And she has provided my students many references on how you change when you feed the gut in a good way. You improve, you alter the expression of genes that improve bone density, that improve the way your kidney functions, that improves the way your liver functions so that you can excrete toxins, that improves the way your body manages blood sugar. So very good for people that suffer from poor blood sugar regulation, that improves the way your body manages lipids and cholesterol, improves your overall metabolism so that you can have a healthy body composition. So I'm actually going to summarize things here. So I already talked about, so looking at this slide, starting from the right side to the left side. So feeding the microbiome changes your epigenome so that you have a healthy gut, so that you have a much stronger immune system. Exercise changes your epigenome so that you can express the genes that you need to build protein and make muscle. All your dietary habits. So I didn't show this one other slide. It's a pretty provocative study. It was really the study that started this all. So I promised you I would tell you about some nutrients that are super important for turning genes on and off. All right, so B vitamins. So I don't know who takes a B complex, but B vitamins are really important. And there's not just one B vitamin. So folate is a B vitamin, and then you have B12. So B12 is the B vitamin that only comes from animal foods. So if you're a strict vegetarian or a vegan, you're not getting B12, and you'll need to get that from a supplement. So you'll see your nutritionist and get your B12. But folate, B12, B6, these all work together. And so what they do, remember in that slide when I talked about the methyl groups turning the genes on and off? Well, those 3 B vitamins together function by providing those methyl groups. They are methyl donors that turn bad genes off. All right, so what's an example of a bad gene? A bad gene is an oncogene, a gene that causes cancer. So of course you want those methyl groups to turn those genes off. So not having those things in your diet correlates with a large host of health conditions, includes cancer, heart health. So cardiovascular disease, highly correlated with low levels of folate and vitamin B12 because of the elevation of some other intermediate that I'm really not going to talk about, that other intermediate that correlates with poor heart health, but something else. So you need those 3 B vitamins to have healthy turnover of the neurons in your central nervous system. Because if the neurons aren't turning over, you will have neuropathy, which is tingling in your feet and your hands. And that's the reason why people that don't get enough B12 have neuropathy. But also, if you're expecting and you don't have enough folate, the neurons that become the baby's brain are not going to develop properly, and you'll have issues with development of the brain stem. All right, so you'll have issues with brainstem development if your deficient. And that is why expectant moms have to take a prenatal vitamin. You must take your prenatal vitamin so that you get enough of that vitamin, you get enough of the vitamin D that we're talking about, and some other things. All right. And then, so drugs. So drugs for the good or for the bad. Drugs that are medicine that you're taking for a health condition, or illicit drugs that you're taking because you don't have the mechanisms to. So when you are using illicit drugs, it's because your body is not producing neurotransmitters healthfully. So you resort to illicit drugs to turn those biological processes on artificially. So we can have another conversation about that. But the whole reason why drugs, medicine is efficacious is because they're turning your genes on and off in a certain way. And then stress. For people that have followed me religiously, I've been giving a lot of webinars and writing blogs. I write for Integrative Practitioner, so you can go to the Integrative Practitioner and read my articles on stress. But stress leads to the increase of cortisol, which is a stress hormone, and there's lots of epigenetic changes going on when you have chronically elevated stress hormones, right? And so certainly you want to alleviate stress through everything that you've learned today. I have been online. I've been a little bit quiet this morning, but I've been listening to some great presentations. Sammy did a great presentation this morning on balance and energy and healing, and definitely, certainly tools that can be used to alleviate stress. And then finally, aging. So as we get older, the machinery that turns our genes on and off, they just don't work well. So as we get older, that's why it's more important to have those sirtuins in your diet to help with the healthy aging process. So just looking at time to make sure I'm not going over. We have so basically this is my summary slide. So what I am going to do is I'm going to get out of presentation mode, and I'm going to go back to the StreamYard view to see if anybody would like to ask me any questions. If you don't have any questions now, but you'd like to ask me questions later on, you can certainly go to the website, www.eaglerock.com. And you can go into there's an area there on the homepage where you can send me questions. It will automatically go to my email, and I will answer you. And if you provide your phone number, I'll even call you back. So that's all that I have to say presentation-wise. I'm perfectly happy answering any questions you may have. And so Julia, thank you so much for delivering my introduction, because for people that have, that I do food sensitivity testing, and I just want everybody to know that the company that does the food sensitivity testing, the CDC, reached out to them and asked them if they could develop a COVID-19 antibody test. So I am now providing this, and this is an FDA-approved assay. So I'm now offering my patients a COVID-19 antibody test, which starting like next week should be a kit that gets mailed to your house. And so they can't make it any easier. So you don't have to go see a phlebotomist. It uses a finger prick, so blood from your finger. So the kit comes to your house, you fill out the paperwork, you put your sample there, and you ship it out. The turnaround time is roughly 2 to 3 days.
Wow. Thank you so much. This is huge, Dr. Laura. So guys, I just want to recreate this. We can do the COVID-19 test at home by just punching a little bit of a fingerprint right? There's something very simple that you can do. And that could be ordered in 10 days from now?
You know what, because it's so new, right now it actually is available as a serum test, but you do have to see the phlebotomist, and I can tell you which phlebotomists are doing that. And you could just go, it's a walk-in place. But in the absence, because people are being cagey about going outside, I've actually been waiting for the kit. So they keep saying, just any day. So I'm just waiting for that green light. And I think it's going to be really soon, like just a couple of more days.
So you guys just connect with Dr. Laura if you are interested, and you will have all of the information that how to contact you in your event on Facebook, correct?
Yes, yes.
You can
Just go to the website. There's a button on the website that says, click this button for your COVID-19 blood test.
Wonderful. So before doing anything else, if you don't mind just dropping a link in the comments and adding it to your event on Facebook so people wouldn't make a mistake. But always, guys, like if something, we can give you the information. And the amount of information that you shared with us today was a lot to take in, and I'm sure like the different people are in the different places and they connected to different parts of what you were sharing with us, because you were covering a wide ground. But I think the most important one for us right now to understand about like the testing and COVID-19, and I know that you spoke about that, and now the test is available. So this is huge. Thank you so very much for being here and
You're
for
welcome.
being part of our community and contributing your beautiful energy, your knowledge, and your presence to us. I'm so sorry. I wanted to bring Mickey here. Mickey.
Hi, Mickey.
Hi, Dr. Laura.
Yeah.
It's okay. I was busily working behind the scenes because we have something coming up. So
We have a lot of work behind it. Dr. Laura, so anything else, or you good?
Well, just wanted to talk about my raffle. Well, first of all, wearing my my favorite. So what is the name of this?
This one is Holding Hands, and
I love it. I just love it. My favorite. Like people stop me on the street and ask me what is it? Where did it come from? They love it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And you raffling off what?
So, all right. So I just talked about the importance of having, plant-based foods, all those antioxidants in your diet to increase your immune system. All right. So what I'm offering is a free 1-month supply of Juice Plus, which consists of 10 different fruits and vegetables. This one is a vegetable one. So this is a whole food product. It's not chemicals. It's not a supplement. It's just food in a capsule that's going to deliver all those flavonoids that you need for healthy gene expression. So I'm offering a 1-month supply for free with your online order of a 4-month supply.
That's really good. That's a really
great. And so all you have to do is circle back with me. So whoever gets that, just circle back with me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I hope that you hang out with us and stay around for the rest of the day as much as you can.
As much as I can.
We're doing a raffle right now.
In a little bit.
Yes.
I think we should do a raffle right now.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay.
Let's do Dr. Laura's raffle on this stream before we go.
No, actually, I'm gonna ask for something else. Would it be okay? Because there's a technology behind all of this, and because of the time, I'm watching the time, and because of how we set up 2 different streams, it's better if we break now and then we do raffle literally in 1 minute.
Sounds good.
Jump, guys, we need to explain you what's going on. And so we're using certain technology that allows us to stream seamlessly for a certain amount of hours, and we don't want to take a chance that it's gonna break. We're gonna be interrupted in the middle of the presentation. So we made this point a cutoff point, and we're gonna end this stream, but you stay exactly where you are, because we're gonna start a new stream that it's literally right here, like the next module. I think it's on top of this one, and it says it's like in the black right now, but we're gonna just jump live right there. Would you do that for us? Just stay, don't go anywhere, and we'll do this in 1 second, and we're gonna do the raffle. Is that okay? So I'm gonna end this broadcast, you guys, and I'll see you in a moment.